Chapter 1. The Stars Are My Constant. Chapter text. Sunsets were always Izuku's favorite time of the day. There was something mesmerizing about the way the sky could paint itself into a watercolor right before his eyes. The beautiful oranges that splattered the sky like a wildfire in the autumn. The deep purples and blues that reminded him of every bruise he's ever worn. Badges of honor read, horror. The clouds were lazily floating in little stripes across the sky, full of deep reds and greens that reminded him of Christmas, or maybe that night he caught his bloodied green hair in the mirror before taking a shower. Izuku sighed. It all came back to that night, didn't it? The scar wouldn't fade, an obstinate reminder of his own grief each morning when he brushed his teeth. The scar had bored a hole into that mirror, and Izuku found it hard not to close his eyes when entering his bathroom every day. He still considered that the worst day of his life thus far, and that included the day his favorite hero let him down. Izuku had been getting ready to walk home. He just put his bright red sneakers on at the school Genken and walked out the front door. But it was never that simple. He should have known better. The hounding voices of his bullies came around the corner just as the front door closed behind him. Izuku turned, bright green eyes finding angry red ones through the glass door. He ran. But running never lasted very long, and they caught him a couple blocks outside the school grounds, cornering him in an alleyway. "You'll never be anything more than a worthless waste of oxygen," one lackey spat in his face. "Look at how pathetic you are, useless null." That wasn't a common slur these days, but Izuku had heard it all his life. When they were done berating him and throwing a few punches, the lackeys left the final action to Katsuki Bakugo. Of course, Kaken, always the one to end the fight, always violently. But that day he was more violent than usual. Izuku had raised his arms to protect himself, but Katsuki grabbed his hair and threw his head against the brick wall. The resounding crack his skull made was sickening. Izuku had vomited within seconds, likely from the concussion that was vibrating his brain around like a pinball machine. The three bullies froze up at the sound, waiting to see what Izuku would do. After he vomited and slumped weakly against the wall, still breathing, they all ran. Izuku couldn't help feeling a bit relieved. They'd at least made sure he was breathing before they ran off. That might not be progress, but it was satisfying that they showed at least a minuscule amount of guilt. When Izuku had woken up hours later, he trudged home to an empty house, and that's when he'd seen the gash on his head. The wound ran from the center of his forehead down over his temple and stopped about where the top of his ear was, cutting right through his hairline. The wound was ugly and still oozing blood, but it was mercifully shallow. Head wounds bleed a lot, but after some probing, Izuku decided he could manage to close it with just some butterfly bandages. The bullies had avoided being physical with him until the wound had healed completely. Maybe they just didn't want Izuku to reveal they'd almost killed him. Maybe they actually felt bad for their actions. Izuku had thrown that idea out the window the very next time Katsuki put a starburst scar on his arm a couple weeks after the head injury. That head injury was indeed still the worst day of his life. It was the day he realized that no one was coming to save him. No one cared if he died or was injured horribly. It was the day reality crashed around him and made him see the world for what it was. Izuku shouldn't have accepted it, but he did, and he forgave them all. Today was bad, but not worse than his worst day. Izuku knew he should hate the words that came out of Katsuki's mouth today, but in all reality they just felt inevitable. Izuku had heard similar remarks all his life. Being told to kill himself was normal. It was part of life for a quirkless individual. So in truth it wasn't those words, those god-awful words, that had driven Izuku to be standing on the roof of his apartment building at sunset, watching the sky fade from orange to purple to deep blue. No, those words had only been an excuse, a validation for his feet to find the staircase. What drove him up here was the last raw and frayed nerve that had finally fizzled out like a burnt wire. The very last drop of the remaining will to push forward and hold on was drained from his heart the moment he walked up to his apartment today. Of course, Izuku knew his mother hadn't been home in weeks. He'd known for a while. Inko Midoriya had never said goodbye. She didn't leave a note or even a voicemail. But when Izuku arrived home today, an envelope had been taped to his door, addressed to the Midoriya household. Izuku hadn't read farther than, "We regret to inform you." His legs had already moved, the hard soles of his sneakers slapping on the concrete as he started to run towards the roof. Even being outside, he felt suffocated. His chest was aching for air, as if someone had shoved a pillow over his face. He knew what those words meant. He knew it without even reading it. It was a standard form letter from the Hero Commission, with their letterhead bright on the top left corner of the page. He forced himself to look down at the letter again, just to confirm what he already knew. We regret to inform you that today, August 8, 20XX, Inko Midoriya was involved as a bystander in a villain attack. Despite the best efforts of the medical staff on scene, they were unable to revive her. Please see the enclosed check addressed to her only living relative on record, Izuku Midoriya, as a formal apology for the actions of the villain that caused the injuries that claimed her life. It wasn't a fucking apology. This was hush money. The irony was the Hero Commission wouldn't have even bothered to include the check if they had taken 2 seconds to look Izuku Midoriya up in the Quirk registry. Being quirkless meant he was owed nothing by anyone, especially not by society or the government. That irony cut him deeper than the scar on his forehead. It sliced a gaping wound in his side and left him bleeding and gasping for air on the roof for hours. When Izuku had finally calmed down, he realized it was sunset and it was a beautiful time to accept that he was finally and utterly alone. There were no kind shoulders to cry himself into, no gentle loving hands that might brush their fingers through his curls in comfort in solidarity. There was only Izuku, and the ever-dwindling daylight drawing a close to another pathetic chapter in his life. So, Izuku did the only remaining thing he felt he had the energy to physically accomplish. He stepped around the railing of the rooftop veranda and stared down at the street. It was quiet and dark below. He was at the back of the building, perhaps subconsciously to avoid any passers-by seeing him as he made his decision. He'd stopped crying some time ago, having poured his whole heart out onto the cement rooftop, leaving only a thin puddle as evidence of how he'd shattered like someone had taken a hammer to his fragile sanity. Nothing, that's all that remained. Izuku was empty. He was alone, unwanted and unneeded. What could one quirkless child bring to the world besides their fragility and liability? Nothing. That's all the world had left him with, all the world had ever given him. Izuku didn't see the flash of black and yellow that bolted across the rooftops towards him from the left. He didn't hear the screams of a scared man trying desperately to reach him in time. Izuku turned to the side and leaned backwards, letting his body free fall over the lip of the roof in slow motion. It was in that last second before his feet had fully left the ledge that something thin and fabric-like rushed towards him. Izuku could only imagine it was a rope trying to strangle him as he fell. One last dig into his neck from the universe that wanted to be absolutely sure he wouldn't come back. The fall felt like eternity, but perhaps moments as big as this always feel like time has stopped. Izuku looked up to the now dark sky, the stars just barely beginning to pop out. He would miss them. They were the only constant remaining in his life, something he'd always found comfort in. The only thought that echoed in his head was, I don't want to die, but I don't know how to live anymore. He heard the crunch of bones splintering on asphalt before mentally registering he'd reached the ground. Everything went black. Shoyuta had been on his new patrol route, having only been assigned a couple weeks ago. The commission was trying to catch a few petty criminals that were burglarizing the residential sides of town late at night, so they decided to send Eraserhead in for good measure since the daylight heroes were failing miserably. It had taken about 3 days to find the trail, but he had caught up with the little gang and caught 4 of 5 members a few days after he first tracked them down. This neighborhood was quiet, average middle-class income level, nothing fancy, but it was a good spot for nighttime break-ins. TVs, laptops, video games, hell even cash, everyone had something these criminals could sell for a profit. He'd been chasing the last guy for days now, and couldn't find even the faintest hint the asshole was still in the neighborhood. Tonight he'd been scouring a new section of the route that he rarely stopped on. This area was the lower end of the income bracket, and most folks around here didn't likely have anything fancy to steal or sell. That made it a good hiding place. Shoyuta had spotted the kid on the roof, standing there staring at the sunset like it was the only thing that had meaning anymore. At least, that's what Shoyuta assumed his face was saying. He was too far away to actually make out the details. But the way he tilted his head back, his arms hanging limply at his sides, it looked like like the kid had lost all meaning. Shuta's body was moving before that sentence had finished forming in his mind. The kid was moving. He was moving towards the back ledge of the roof outside the railing. No. Shoyuta pushed his body to move faster to get there quicker. He tapped the comm in his ear angrily, barking into it loudly. Get me police and medical at X and X Street immediately. He didn't wait for the reply. The kid was staring up at the sky again, then he turned. Shoyuta was close enough to see those deep forest green eyes. They were so empty, so lifeless, as if his soul had already been ripped from his body years ago. Who had done that? To a child? Kid! Stop! He screamed, trying to break through the darkness that had swallowed this teenager's mind, but the boy was falling before Shoyuta could reach him. The capture weapon around his neck shot out like lightning, trying to grab a wrist and ankle, anything. It was too late. As Shoyuta came to a skidding stop at the edge of the roof, he heard one of the few sounds that would haunt him for the rest of his life. It wasn't often this sound wormed its way back into his life, but he knew there would be a few sleepless nights coming his way. Shoyuta shakily breathed, struggling to control his shivering limbs. It was August, it wasn't cold out, but still he couldn't stop shaking. Police and EMT sirens sounded from miles away, which forced his leg muscles to finally move. Shuta's capture weapon was useful for safe landings from high buildings, but tonight it only landed him safely, and not the kid lying broken on the ground at his feet. The sight of his mangled body was gruesome. He'd spun mid-air and landed backwards, which meant his arm and leg had been caught on the ground in the fall. His head was surrounded by a halo of blood. There was no way he'd survive this. Shoyuta couldn't bring himself to check for a pulse. He didn't want to know the truth. He'd failed to save this child. Stumbling sideways, he tried to walk towards the street to flag down the police and EMTs. Not that they'd need medical anymore. They'd need a coroner. Fuck. The sound of clicking and crunching made him stop dead in his tracks. It was similar to the sound of someone sweeping up a broken coffee mug from the floor. Slowly, he turned, staring at the bloody and broken teenager on the ground. Shuta's eyes blew wide. His limbs were lashing around, straightening themselves and crunching as they clicked back into place. It took mere moments before the child he'd just watched splatter himself across the pavement was laying there peacefully, as if he were only asleep. The only sign otherwise was the ring of blood that was seeping into the grass off to the side. Shuta's stomach flipped, and it took every ounce of his resolve not to vomit. He flinched as a loud gasp rang out in the alleyway and bright green eyes blinked skywards. That was the third time that evening he'd seen this kid stare at the sky as if it held all meaning left in the world. It was the first time he'd seen the kid look so confused, though. Shoyuta was confused, too. Was this his quirk? Was this kid some kind of thrill seeker? No, that didn't add up. When Shoyuta had seen those eyes before he fell, they'd been broken, empty, lifeless. This was a suicide attempt that had clearly failed spectacularly. Kid? Shoyuta asked hesitantly, taking one step towards him. Viridian irises captured him and they stared at each other for a second before Shoyuta decided it was safe to move closer. Are you okay? That was a dumb question. This kid had just jumped off a roof. Clearly he was not okay. But it felt right in the moment to ask. The boy said nothing. Once Shoyuta was close enough, he realized the teenager had deep green hair to match his eyes. They sat atop his head in a fluff of curls now matted with blood. A bright scar tracked an ugly white line from the center of the kid's forehead down to his ear. That was not the kind of scar someone made on themselves, was it? No, someone had put that there too. The sirens kept getting louder with every passing heartbeat as the two stared each other down. Izuku's mind was so blank, he didn't register the man standing to his side until he spoke, and even then Izuku hadn't heard what he said. He kept staring at the man, trying to figure out who he was and why he looked familiar. The black suit, the yellow goggles, the gray scarf. So familiar. Eraserhead. His mind provided. Oh gods, this was the pro-underground hero Eraserhead. Izuku had just tried to kill himself in front of Eraserhead, one of his biggest heroes. Everything got tipped sideways. A cat in Izuku's mind just came along and knocked everything off the table of his thought process. So instead of answering the questions he didn't even hear, Izuku just stared at the man across from him with a confused scrunch in his eyebrows. I'm going to check you for wounds, okay? Eraserhead finally broke the silence and walked closer, kneeling down by Izuku's oh god bloody body. Wait, had Eraserhead not caught him? Had he hit the pavement for real? But why wasn't he in pain? Nothing felt broken, but maybe he'd snapped his spine and paralyzed himself? That would be his luck. But no, that didn't make sense. Everything had been gone. He'd been floating in some darkness, he'd felt at peace. But something vicious and cruel had yanked him back and thrust his soul back into his body. It didn't feel like it fit inside him right anymore, like his skin didn't quite sit right on his bones. Izuku gasped as Eraserhead's hands touched his arm. Sorry, did that hurt? No, his voice sounded wrecked. Izuku knew it was from hours of crying and screaming. I thought, I didn't break my spine then. Kid, you don't have a broken bone in your body as far as I can see. The medics should be here in a moment. We're waiting for them to check you over. And then you're going to the hospital. What? Why? Izuku could not go to the hospital. They treated the Quirkless worse than the public did. You can't take me there. They'll just hurt me worse. The doctors are there to help you. Not if you're Quirkless. It's safer if I just treat myself at home. Please, Eraserhead. The pro-hero looked shocked by both the fact that he was calling himself Quirkless and by the fact that Izuku knew who Eraserhead even was. You're Quirkless. Yes. The word came out like a shameful admission and Eraserhead scrunched his eyebrows up. Izuku couldn't figure out what emotion just crossed the man's face. He wanted to flinch away, preparing himself for the coming disappointment, but it never came, not how Izuku expected. Kid, I just watched you die. You were dead. Your skull was caved, your limbs were, you were dead. Then I watched your body knit itself back together like some morbid puzzle. There is no way you're Quirkless, or at least not anymore. The doctors can figure it out better, I'm sure. Izuku didn't think Eraserhead was the type to lie, but that seemed far-fetched. His body knitting itself back together like a damn puzzle? No way. Not possible. There was no way he could somehow just, what? Be immortal? Wouldn't that be the worst fucking irony in the world? All this time he had a quirk and the only way he would have ever known was to die or kill himself. He would have gone his whole life thinking he was quirkless had he not succumbed to the loneliness and agony of being a quirkless piece of garbage, or been murdered in a hate crime. A laugh so shrill it might have woken the neighborhood ripped itself out of Izuku. Eraserhead jumped. Whoa, kid. Take a breath. I don't think this is a situation to be laughing at. No, it's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. You don't get it. I've been hated and mistreated all my life for the simple fact of being quirkless. When the pain of that life finally took its toll on me, I find out I've not been quirkless this whole fucking time and I'm somehow just magically immortal. The one thing I never wanted to do was kill myself. I still don't. Even when I tipped off that ledge, it was my last thought. I didn't want to die. And now the universe is laughing at me and telling me I can't die. How fucking hilarious is that? Izuku gasped for air, having laughed his way through that whole rant. Cars pulled up at the end of the street just as he got his laughter under control. Izuku sat up. Eraserhead leaned back, almost looking scared the kid was going to bolt off. We're going to talk about that soon, but for now just sit still and let the medics check you out. Okay? Sure thing, Eraser. The medics took one look at how covered in blood he was and dashed forward, inspecting him for wounds. Both of them pored over Izuku's body, trying to find the cause of the ridiculous amount of blood that was surrounding him in a puddle. It took all that for Izuku to realize that his pants were so soaked and he was quite uncomfortable. Eraserhead, this kid isn't injured. Why is there blood everywhere? I have a healing quirk. Izuku bit back a yelp as he tried to speak. Sorry. I did jump. It's been a rough life, but I was trying to outpace my healing quirk. The guilty look in his eyes was genuine, even if the reasoning for his magically healed body was a lie. Thankfully, no one questioned him. The medics both sighed. One even gave his shoulder a squeeze. Eraserhead was looking at him like he was vaguely impressed at the way he danced around the medic's question. Izuku knew that resurrection quirks were rare, like unicorn rare. Until they truly figured out what it was probably best not to even try and explain it to anyone. He couldn't avoid Eraserhead knowing now that the hero had seen him revive right before his eyes. But maybe he could manage to find a quirk therapist with the money the commission had left him. We gotta take you in for a psych evaluation, son, and further testing. Where's your parents? Izuku's body froze up, his eyes dropping to the ground. Eraserhead caught it immediately and moved closer to put a hand on his shoulder. Why don't you guys wait in the ambulance? I think the kid needs some air. I'll bring him over in a moment. Both paramedics exchanged a look and then stared at Izuku for a second before shrugging and heading off to the van. Eraserhead rubbed small circles on Izuku's back a few times before speaking up. The gesture was some form of comfort Izuku could not remember ever feeling. He sunk into it like butter melting on a hot plate. Alright kid, talk to me. What's going on? My mom, she hasn't been home in weeks and today I got a letter. Izuku tugged the letter out of his pocket. He was glad he'd stuffed it back in the envelope, otherwise it'd likely be illegible from the bloodstains. Eraserhead took it and read over it, his face falling quickly the further down the page he got. Kid dash. Izuku just kept barreling on, not letting Eraserhead speak yet. My dad left when I was diagnosed quirkless at 4, and all I had was my mom, and she never really did well after that. She kept losing her jobs because of me, and I think she blamed me and... Izuku gasped, a sob racking his chest as he spilled his guts with abandon. And then that letter. I have nothing left. That was on my door when today and it was the last. I loved her anyway. And I wanted to think she'd come back, but now she can't. This was the last push, Eraserhead mumbled, finishing what Izuku couldn't say aloud. He nodded, wiping the tears from his face. The hero leaned over quickly. Izuku flinched instinctively, but all that happened was strong arms wrapped around him in a tight hug. The hug was kind, gentle, and loving? Was this what it felt like, to have someone care that you were here in front of them? Izuku didn't know what to do at first. His body was frozen as the seconds ticked by. Eventually, he hesitantly wrapped his arms around Eraserhead and buried his face into the man's shoulder and let himself cry. The way this child flinched when he went in for a hug shook his soul in a way he couldn't explain. It was like he'd been burnt, but he pushed onwards. He hugged Izuku Midoriya. That's what the letter called him. He hugged him tight and offered as much of his strength as he could give. After a few tense moments, the kid just burrowed into him and sobbed openly. This child. He'd lost his father at 4 purely for being born quirkless. His mother had resented him all his life for the very same thing, and she just stopped coming home weeks ago. This barely 14-year-old had been alone and taking care of himself for weeks. Then a villain attack truly destroys the last shred of hope he had for his family. That didn't even begin to touch on the torture this child must have experienced in school and in public. Being pushed to the point of jumping off a roof and flinching from hugs, that took years of abuse, years of habits formed around the desperate need to protect oneself from outside attack. Shoyuta knew by the end of the night, this child was coming home with him. He didn't care if Zashi got mad. The blonde wanted a child anyway. Shoyuta would bring him home to parental love, something he clearly needed so desperately. Of course, Tsukachi chose that moment to walk up with a pen and pad of paper. Should I get the paperwork now or later, Eraser? The man teased. The police force had always joked about all the stray cats Shoyuta brought back to the shelters and even his own house. It was only a matter of time before he found a stray kid, really. Izuku cowered under his arm, hiding himself in such a tiny ball. Shoyuta swore he was going to disappear. Kid Midoriya, it's okay. This is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. He's a close friend of mine and my police partner. He's here to help, promise. The revelations Izuku had spit out moments ago must have made him remember what brought him to that roof. He was slipping out of whatever wide-eyed excited state he'd been in to find out about Eraserhead and his new quirk. Now he was a scared, broken little boy and Shoyuta wanted to shake it out of him. He wouldn't, but the desire was there. No child should look this destroyed. No person should have that much pain and emptiness in their eyes. especially at his age. Shoyuta looked up and Tsukachi must have seen what Shoyuta saw in those dark green eyes, because he was staring at Shoyuta with the most intense look the Erasure hero had ever seen. Shoyuta sighed. "Get the paperwork ready. I need to get the kid to the hospital for evaluations. Mark this down as a quirk manifestation, not an attempted suicide, please. It might be both, but it will give the kid less grief, and the media won't really bother with a quiet manifest." Tsukachi nodded. "I'll have the first half of the forms done tonight. Come by the office tomorrow to sign them." He walked off after making a few notes. He was a good friend. Izuku had said nothing the whole time, just flitted his eyes between the two adults as he clung to Shuta's shirt. He wondered if the kid even realized he was doing it. He was analyzing everything, even checking for escape routes. The underground hero in him could see it in the kid's face easily. "All right, kid, I'm gonna pick you up, okay?" Izuku nodded. "Good. Let's get you to the hospital so we can have someone I trust assess that quirk of yours." "What if the kid stared at him as Shoyuta picked him up. He clung to his front and buried his face in Shuta's shoulder before speaking again, though muffled. "What if I have to die again to test my quirk?" Shuta's hands tightened around Izuku's frame, a deep rage-filled breath puffing out his chest. He exhaled slowly, to push out all the anger that idea put inside of him. What a horrible fate for someone so young to have. Resurrection quirks were incredibly rare. At present, the number was something like 3 in the entire world. 2 of them were a variant of healing quirk that just didn't allow a person to die. The last one was genuinely a resurrection quirk, and Shoyuta wanted to check them out. They might be related. With such rarity, it wouldn't be odd to think that person might be a distant relative of Izuku's, even overseas. "We'll cross that road when we come to it. Right now we need to make sure you're safe, healthy, and that you have someone watching over you." "But Eraserhead, I don't have anyone left." "Yes, kid, you do. You got me. I'm not going anywhere." Izuku immediately started to sob into his chest again, as he walked them over to the ambulance. He didn't stop the kid from crying. This young teen needed to get his stress and pain out, or he'd never heal from it. The healing was going to start now. Chapter 2. The healing begins. Summary. TW again, same deal here, talk of suicide, abuse, injury, etc. Please be safe and don't read unless you are in the right headspace, love. Chapter text. Izuku didn't know what to make of Eraserhead. He was an incredibly complex creature by Izuku's standards. He could hold this face of utter boredom, but his eyes were softer than any Izuku had ever seen. His hugs were warm, and his words were soft. Izuku thought it was weird at first, but then he realized he had a quirk now, so maybe Eraserhead was just being normal like he'd be with any quirked kid? That brought up another question: how did Izuku have a quirk? It wasn't necessarily rare for a quirk to go undiscovered until a child was maybe 8 or 10 if there were special activation requirements. But 13 was pushing it. However, if it really was a resurrection quirk, it would make sense. Dying was a pretty specific activation requirement that Izuku would have never found if he didn't. If he hadn't jumped off that roof. He could have died of old age without ever knowing he had a quirk. That begs the question, can he even die of old age? Of course, that was a silly thought. A quirkless kid would never make it to old age. No, they tended to die of old age before even leaving their teen years. There was less than 1% of the population in Japan that were quirkless, and only a handful of those were actually past 18 years old. There were none older than 30 as far as the statistics showed. Well, Eraser, the kid's a false negative. His quirk had some pretty screwed up activation requirement that he could have just lived his whole life without even knowing about. The doctor walked into the room with a calm smile and a bushy beard. Izuku decided he had a kind face. Eraserhead had promised this was a doctor he trusted, right? "Thanks, document." They exchanged a chart and the doctor came over to Izuku and tucked his hands in his pockets almost to show compliance or to appear non-threatening. Izuku appreciated the gesture. "So Midoriya, you're a rare little kid. You have one of 2 genuine registered resurrection quirks on Earth. I've run the test 3 times just to make sure. From what Eraserhead tells me, your body even heals all damage sustained at the time of death. Though it doesn't explain this scar on your forehead. Did that happen tonight?" "And no, doctor. Izuku mumbled, worrying his hands in his lap and playing with the hem of the scrubs they'd given him to wear. That happened about 6 months ago. I was bullied a lot. They chased me into an alley after school. I hit my head on a brick wall. Eraserhead and the doctor exchanged a look. It was eerily similar to the look the paramedics had exchanged not even an hour ago before leaving Eraserhead to talk with Izuku. Right. So that happened in an event where you didn't sustain any fatal wounds. From that, we can assume that your body only heals the damage that happens when you die. Can you tell me what you felt when your quirk activated? It felt quiet and dark. I felt gone. Wholly and completely not myself. I'm sorry. My skin doesn't quite fit right anymore. It's hard to explain. It feels like my soul was shoved back down my throat and it's not. Izuku stuck his tongue out in thought, squinting as he thought of the words. It's like putting your pants on backwards by accident. Ah, I see. Interesting. The doctor took the clipboard back from Eraserhead and made a few notes. Well, it looks like the activation factor is fatal damage. Obviously, this is not a quirk any medical expert recommends you practice or use on a regular basis. It could likely take a toll on your mental health. And judging from the psyche evaluation, you already need to get to work in that department. Eraser. The hero answered, looking up from Izuku's hands that wouldn't stop worrying into the fabric of his shirt. I can safely assume you're taking the kid home? Tsukachi is already working on the guardianship papers. Kid has no family. Noted. I'll list you as his temporary emergency contact for now. And just get that changed officially, once you have the paperwork done. Thanks, document. Anything else? Midoriya. Izuku looked up, feeling far more tired than only moments ago. Did that mean he was going home with Eraserhead? Why would the hero just want some random formerly quirkless kid off the street with no home and no family? Yes, doctor. He asked, trying and failing to keep the anguish out of his voice. The doctor put a hand on his shoulder. Izuku did his best not to flinch at the motion, but it was a learned habit and he was having a hard time breaking it. You have value and worth, just as you are with or without your quirk. Eraserhead here will likely force that into your head over and over until it gets through. But listen to me, ask for help when you need it. It's okay to not be okay. You've been through an ordeal, rest. Izuku just stared at him blankly in shock. No one had ever told him he had value, worth, without his quirk. Even with a cursed quirk. Izuku heard the doctor telling Eraserhead Izuku would be kept a few hours for observation since his quirk had just violently manifested. Routine or something. Izuku registered it, but he didn't hear the words fully. He was still stuck trying to process being told he had value for just existing. It didn't add up. Hey kid, I gotta make a phone call. You okay if I step into the hall for a minute? Izuku blinked back to reality. Oh, of course, Eraser. I'm just lost in thought. You can call me Shoyuta. Shoyuta Aizawa. I'm only Eraserhead when I'm on duty. Oh, Izuku hadn't expected that. Please call me Izuku. I don't want to have my mother's name anymore. Okay, Izuku. I'll be just outside the door if you need me. Shoyuta stepped out of the room and closed the door so he could slide down onto the floor. His knees hit his chest and his whole upper body just bent over until his hair was covering any light from the hallway he was in. There was endless amounts of trauma in everything Izuku said. Every little tick and twitch. Shoyuta was sure there would be so many more things to discover about this child. He seemed to accept coming home with Shoyuta, which was good. Though he supposed the poor kid was clinging to any sign of affection or fondness he could get. It was devastating to think that the last few hours appeared to be the only, or at least, the most genuine tenderness this teen had received in his entire life. Shoyuta tried desperately to keep the tears from spilling down his face, but it all felt too familiar. Hisashi had been left in foster care as a child, abused and neglected for his voice quirk. He still had scars too. He'd seen the kid take off his bloody clothes, had helped him clean up when he was too embarrassed to let the female nurses help him. The kid was covered in scars, absolutely mangled even before his jump off that roof. Most of them were in little starburst patterns which looked dangerously close to Quirk abuse. It likely was. That handprint on his left shoulder. That one worried Shoyuta the most. Whoever gave him that had left the very shape of their hand on the kid forever. A heated hand pressed so long it burned and raised up in a fully formed scar. There was a smattering of scars that looked like repetitive cuts and scrapes. None of it looked self-inflicted, thankfully. But how had this child even lasted to 13 with the level of torture marring his skin? Shoyuta somehow knew the answer before really even thinking about it. He could see it in the kid's eyes, hear it in his voice. He was kind. He was forgiving. He was so much more than this world deserved from how it had mistreated him. Shoyuta vowed to protect this child to his death, and now it was time to get Hisashi on board. He lifted his phone to his ear after hitting his husband's contact. Zashi. Shoyuta knew his husband would hear his wrecked voice and know he'd been crying. Sho? What's wrong? Was there a villain attack? Why are you upset? I'm okay, Zashi. I've just had a very emotional evening. I am going to be bringing home a little. Or well, big surprise though. What kind of surprise? The kind that comes with guardianship papers? It was more a question, staging it for his husband to deny it. Shoyuta knew he wouldn't. Sho, are you serious? He could hear the man's quirk was activating with his excitement. We're getting a little listener all our own? Well, for right now, we're just acting as his guardians. The kid. Zashi, he hiccuped, suppressing the sob before he went on. I couldn't get to him in time. He jumped. He fell. I watched him bleed out, I did. Then his body healed and oh God, he's got a resurrection quirk. It manifested tonight. He's 13. Shoyuta, sweetie. Take a breath. It's going to be okay. Do you need me to come to meet you and give you hugs? I want to meet the little guy anyway. It took him a second to regain his voice. We're at Mizudafa General Hero Ward, room 413. They're keeping him for a few hours. That's pretty standard after a quirk manifestation. I'm surprised they aren't keeping him overnight, given the circumstances. He means the attempted suicide, Shoyuta knew without Zashi saying it. But we can talk more about that all later. I'll give Hound Dog a call and let him know we're going to need a time slot for the little listener. Thank you, Zashi. I love you. I'll see you soon. I love you, Sho, and don't worry, we'll help him heal. His phone clattered to the floor as Shoyuta grasped his fingers into his long black hair. He was not the type to break down, at least not in front of others, but right now all he could do was choke on the air his lungs were trying to fill with. It took a lot to put Shoyuta in tears. He'd watched villains tear down whole buildings full of civilians and not shed a tear. He silently prayed and tearlessly cried for those who died. But he'd not broken down like this in years. Not since Oboro died when they were all in high school. Shoyuta didn't even notice the door open behind him until two small arms were wrapping around his shoulders, and something soft was brushing against his face. I'm sorry I made you upset, Shoyuta. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to jump. I didn't. I felt like there was nothing left and I don't know how to live anymore. Shoyuta blinked. This kid was blaming himself for Shoyuta crying? Who the hell put the fear of existence into this boy? Who were they and where were they? Shoyuta needed to beat the ever-loving fuck out of them. He quickly turned around and pulled the boy into his arms. No, don't you ever think that. His voice was once again raspy and damaged from crying so hard. You did not upset me. I'm upset at what the world has done to you. The scars it has put on your body before you have even had the chance to grow up. They weigh you flinch when someone reaches out to you. No child should ever have to fear human connection. Izuku was once again bawling his eyes out against Shuta's chest. He was coming to terms with the fact that crying was just a part of this boy's nature. It made sense. He was so gentle and kind, of course he'd have a bleeding heart. Shoyuta wanted to see him cry happy tears, though not these wrecked sobs. It's okay, kid. It's okay. You're safe, I got you. He rocked back and forth, letting the crying child in his arms slowly drift off into exhausted sleep. Didn't even take that long. The doctor had actually warned him it was common with self-healing quirks for the holders to sleep for hours or even days afterwards. They crashed from the raw energy used in healing and reviving themselves. He'd been shocked that Izuku was even still alert when they talked moments ago. But it seemed the aftereffects of the quirk activation was finally hitting him. Izuku didn't even stir when Shoyuta finally pushed them off the ground and carried the kid to his hospital bed. He was so small and he weighed almost nothing. It was another thing he'd been warned about. Izuku was malnourished and would need further care for it, but they were holding off telling him since his mental health was so stressed right now. Shoyuta had been given a regime of foods and medicines and told to bring the kid back in a week for a checkup, but they weren't going to worry Izuku with the news just yet, so he could rest. Once Izuku was back in bed, he reattached the little 4 hookup which the kid had expertly unlatched in his trek to Shuta's side. He was surprised the kid knew how to detach the line without yanking the needle out like most folks did. That made Shoyuta realize this kid likely had a lot of medical treatment in his life, and probably with bad experiences attached. Damn. Shoyuta settled down into a chair by the bed and decided it would be good to nap while he waited for Hisashi to arrive. Shit, he didn't tell the kid about that. Well, maybe he was a fan of Present Mic too? Hopefully that would smooth things over enough. For now, Shoyuta quickly drew into a light sleep, knowing he would wake if even the slightest shift of the bed next to him occurred. Shuta's body snapped to attention when the door across the room slid open. He expected a nurse or doctor to come in to check on Izuku, but instead he found his husband. Shoyuta melted, opening his arms for Hisashi who was hugging him in an instant. "Hey, I got you, Sho. I'm here." Hisashi reassured him. God, Shoyuta loved him beautifully, terribly, suffocatingly. He loved his Hisashi. They parted after a few minutes and Hisashi pulled a second chair over to the bed so he could sit down next to Shoyuta, their hands clasped between them. "Tell me about the little listener, yeah?" His name is Izuku Midoriya, but he asked to be called Izuku, doesn't want his mother's name anymore. Hisashi gave him a pained look but Shoyuta continued. "I saw him on patrol staring up at the sky. I didn't think much at first. Just a kid stargazing as the sun was setting. But the look on his face, it made me move without even thinking. He looked so broken, Zashi, so empty." Hisashi squeezed his hand, staying silent to let Shoyuta get all the events of the evening out. He'd half told his husband over the phone what happened, but he was calmer now. "I wasn't fast enough. Just as I tried to grab him with my capture weapon, he fell over the edge. I heard him, I saw him. He was, oh God, he was so mangled. I knew he was dead, I didn't even have to check. He wasn't breathing. There was so much blood. But as I was walking to the street to meet the police, I heard his bones crunching and I swear I almost lost my lunch. But when I turned around, the kid gasped back to life. Not a scratch on him, aside from the scars he already had." "Scars?" Hisashi asked. Shoyuta winced. Reaching over the bed railing, he slipped the blanket down and showed Hisashi the kid's arm. Izuku didn't even stir in his sleep. Hisashi gasped, putting his free hand to his mouth. "He's covered in burns, cuts, and scrapes. The one on his forehead was from being bashed against a brick wall. All of this because he was quirkless. I don't know who did it. He wouldn't say. But it had to be his peers. His father left when he was 4 again for being quirkless. His mother neglected him, ignored his existence. She stopped coming home weeks ago and today, Izuku found this letter on his door." Shoyuta unfolded the letter caked in dried blood from his pocket and handed it to Hisashi. It wasn't too long, and it only took a moment for Hisashi to read it and inspect the check inside which had miraculously survived the bloody ordeal. "Seriously? A letter? That's what the commission has reduced the value of human life to? A letter and what hush money? I can't believe this." "I know. I was shocked. The kid didn't say out loud, but I guess this letter was the last push he needed. On top of years of abuse and neglect. I can't even imagine how he survived this long without incredible compassion and an ability to forgive that could rival the gods." Shoyuta turned back to his husband when a firm hand settled on his shoulder. "We're going to give him so much love, he will get sick of us, Sho. He deserves it." "Yeah, he does." Shoyuta turned and wrapped his husband up into a tight hug. burying his nose into those long blonde locks. The smell of his wintergreen shampoo was like home, familiar and welcoming. He loved when Zashi wore his hair down, it looked so good on him, and Shoyuta could comb his fingers through it for hours. So he's going to need a Quirk counselor, huh? Shoyuta winced, pulling back from his husband's arms slowly. Yeah. You thinking what I'm thinking? The rat, yeah. With how rare his Quirk is, I don't trust anyone outside UA to handle his case. I want us to visit his school on Monday and see firsthand what's happening. If things seem safe and the bullying isn't from there, we can let him stay, but if it is, I might ask Netsu to finish up the last few months of his schooling. The kid's smart. Netsu will be interested. How smart? He took one look at me and knew I was a racerhead. He also came up with a believable excuse for the paramedic seconds after I told him he likely had some kind of resurrection quirk. He told them he had a healing quirk and jumping was him trying to outdamage his quirk. The kid thinks fast, scary fast. Damn yeah, Netsu is going to want this kid. I'm worried he might try and teach him how to take over the world. We'll cross that terrifying bridge when we get there, Zashi. For now, let's just get some rest and get him home. We should stop at his apartment to gather his things. We might have to sell the place if he doesn't want to keep it. Okay, Sho. Come on, close your eyes. I'll let you know when the little listener is awake. Doc said he might be out for hours. Side effects of strong healing quirks. They'll release him when he wakes. But his words dropped into a mumble as his eyes got so heavy they refused to stay open. With Hizashi here, Shoyuta could sink into real sleep. Not a light nap he'd snap out of at the first sound. So he slept, leaning on his husband's shoulder and clutching his hand. Izuku felt incredible when he woke up, physically at least. It was like he'd stuck a battery against his tongue and got shocked back to life. Mentally, well, that was a nightmare he was going to just ignore for the time being. He could shove all his worries and fears and pain into that little lockbox he kept in a closet in his mind, and think about it later, and by later he meant never. Locking the door to that horrible room in his mind, Izuku opened his eyes. The sight to his right was adorable and familial, or at least Izuku assumed it was. His mother had never sat by his side while he was in the hospital, but he'd seen this in movies and on TV when someone got sick. People who cared for them gathered around them, supported them. Did he have support now? A pair of yellow eyes found him and a bright smile was offered to Izuku. This man seemed so familiar. Blonde hair, those pointy-rimmed glasses. Izuku's eyes analyzed the jacket, the leather pants, the rings and an, oh dear God, that was Present Mike. Izuku's hands went to his mouth to hide the gasp. He was bouncing in his seat, a grin quickly forming on his face. Shoyuta was still asleep, he didn't want to wake the sleeping cat. So he whisper-yelled, in an effort not to wake his apparent guardian. You're Present Mike. Oh my God. Izuku squeaked a little with how high-pitched his voice was. Present Mike himself laughed a deep, hearty sound from his stomach. It was warm and Izuku liked it. It was the kind of laugh that said the person was sharing joy with you. Sho said you were smart. You took one look at me and knew. No one's ever done that when I'm out of my hero gear. But hey, you can call me Hizashi or Zashi like Shoyuta does. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm Izuku. Just Izuku. Can I ask why you're here, Zashi? He watched the look on Mick's face turn from happy to soft and caring at the way he used the man's nickname. Again that look. Shoyuta had done it too. Was it normal? Izuku thought it might be pity at first, but now he realized it was something more complex. It was affection of a kind. Well, Shoyuta told me he's going to be taking up the mantle of your guardian for now, if you'll have him. That package sort of includes me. Should as my husband. I knew it. Izuku shouted without thinking. Shoyuta snapped up, instantly in a fighting stance before his eyes even opened. Sho, calm down. The little listener got excited. Sorry we woke you. Sorry, Shoyuta. I didn't mean to. But he told me that you were his husband and I had been trying to figure out who Eraserhead's significant other is for years. I saw you on patrol once and I saw you had this ring hanging from your neck, and I wanted to know who it was because I thought it was so sweet that you were protecting them by not putting it out there, and then I watched an interview of Twilight Heroes and Zashi was playing with a ring that matched yours and I just... I knew, he kept rambling, unable to stop the storm of words that flurried out of his mouth. Whoa kid, take a breath. Oh, sorry, I do that sometimes. Everyone says it's annoying. I didn't mean to be a bother. Hey no, that's not at all what I meant. Shoyuta settled back down in his chair, but this time he took Izuku's hand instead of Hisashi's. I've never heard someone talk so fast. Do you always analyze small details like that? Oh yeah, I analyze heroes and villains. Oh, I shouldn't tell you that. Everyone finds it creepy. But it's just an easy way to get my energy out. I have dozens of notebooks full of my analysis. Oh, I guess maybe I don't anymore. He sunk back into the bed, trying to figure out how he could get his notebooks back if he was going home with Shoyuta and Zashi instead of to his mother's house. Little listener, we were going to stop at your place before we took you home. You can take anything you want from your apartment. We're not going to cut you off from who you are, or the things you enjoy. Oh, thank you. Kid, you don't need to thank someone for basic decency. Oh, right, I have a quirk now, I'm a normal human. Hisashi and Shoyuta exchange another one of those looks. He's seen it multiple times today and he still had no idea what the heck it meant. Izuku would have to ask someday, but he didn't think he'd get an answer right now. Hisashi leaned forward and rested a hand on his knee before speaking. What do you mean by that? He asked. Izuku looked at him confused. Well, when I was quirkless I wasn't. I was well, you know. Clearly they didn't. He had to explain. I was worthless, useless, a waste of oxygen. A null. I was a liability to people around me. Before he could get more of the things he'd been told all his life out of his mouth, Shoyuta gently cupped a hand over his lips. The man had a horribly pained expression on his face. Directional pain, the kind you use when someone broke your favorite toy. Izuku had felt that look in his own eyes when his bullies burnt his journals or tore his school uniform. He didn't often let that look linger long. He felt it was dangerous. It looked even more dangerous on the underground hero. No, Shoyuta said. The word was sharp, like the edge of a knife. Don't you dare ever say anything like that about yourself again. This has absolutely nothing, listen to me, nothing to do with the fact that you have or don't have a quirk. You as a person, as Izuku, you have all the worth in the world. His hand slipped back to the bed and Shoyuta took a breath, which seemed to calm the angry look in his eyes. Hisashi was silently crying beside him. Wait, why was Zashi crying? Little listener Izuku, you do not need to have a quirk to have value. You're just a teenager. You deserve to just play and learn and live your life. Not worry about a stupid quirk. If you let us, can we show you what that's like? Izuku found his face was wet, so he tapped a few fingers over his face to find tears. He didn't cry like this often. There were no sobs, nothing choked his throat. Tears just poured from his face like someone turning on a faucet and broke off the handle. Both of his new guardian's words hit home in a way he never expected. They were being genuine, honest. He knew that without a truth quirk. The righteous fury in their eyes at the way Izuku described himself told him that much. But how could he have value without a quirk? That didn't make sense. But maybe he'd like to know? Okay. The doctor walked in after a quick knock on the door. All three sets of eyes turned to him with anticipation and hope. Izuku just wanted to go home. Or well, he didn't want to be in this hospital anymore. It brought back too many nasty memories of past injuries. He was unable to take care of himself. All right, how's our little patient, he asked, tucking his hands into his pockets again in that casual, I am not going to hurt you way. I feel much better. Izuku wiped the remaining tears from his face and put on the first genuine smile he'd worn in weeks, maybe months. It still didn't meet his eyes, but it was a start. Excellent. I've got some paperwork for your guardians to fill out and a lot more paperwork for you to take home, but you're free to leave. Eraser Mike, I know you will follow the instructions I've given. Just make sure you follow up in a week and we'll see where we are then. Okay. Sounds good, thank you, doctor. Shoyuta sighed, seeming relieved. Mike even smiled at the doctor when the thick clipboard was handed over to him. Izuku didn't want to know what all was in that stack, not yet anyway. Obviously, it was all about him and his new quirk and condition. But that didn't mean he wanted to know just what it said about him, about how weak and fragile he was. Kid, you okay? Izuku looked up. The doctor was gone. Izuku had been glaring at his hands, which were warping the fabric of the blanket that rested over his legs. Izuku quickly dropped it. Why yes, he yelped. I was just, that's a lot of papers. Izuku mentally sighed at himself. He knew he could trust Eraserhead and Present Mike, they were real heroes. But it was so hard to not feel like he was disappointing them or annoying them when he asked questions. Don't worry, Izuku, discharge papers are always hefty. We'll go over it tomorrow after you've had some sleep tonight. Okay? Mike was trying to be comforting, talking softly. Okay. The nurse told him he could keep the scrubs since his clothes had been ruined by blood and had to be disposed of properly. Hizashi promised they would pick up any clothes he wanted from his place on their way to his new home. New home. Those words felt weird on his tongue, like dancing cats or rabid dogs. He'd never really called the apartment home. It was his mother's apartment. He just lived there, surprisingly rent-free. Inko often reminded him of that fact over the years. The car ride was quiet for most of the trip. Neither man tried to speak with Izuku at first, and Izuku just stared out the window. It was dark outside. Izuku looked at his phone, which had somehow survived the fall with only a few small cracks, and realized it was 3 in the morning. Oh, that's why it was dark. He looked back out the window and stared up at the sky. He could see Orion up there, his favorite constellation. Do you like stargazing, kid? Shoyuta spoke up from the front, stirring Izuku from his thoughts. Oh yeah, I guess. I don't know. The stars have been one of the few constants in my life, and I guess they just comfort me in a way. What's your favorite constellation, little listener? Zashi turned in his seat, looking honestly interested in Izuku's opinion. Oh, Orion. He's a hunter in Greek mythology. I've always admired his strength, to hold that bow for eternity in the sky. That's really deep. You know, you're just as strong as him, Zu. The cut-off nickname was sweet, and Izuku chose to focus on that instead of the compliment he clearly had no idea what to do with. Izuku wasn't strong. He was weak and frail and quirkless. Oh well, he wasn't quirkless anymore. Or well, maybe he never was. That was a complicated argument he didn't want to have rattling around inside his brain, but here it was. Izuku chose to look back towards the sky. They were almost to the apartment anyway. He wondered just how much his life was going to change. Would he go back to his school? Would he end up in some kind of mental facility for trying to kill himself? He didn't want to die, but he didn't really know how to live in a world where he was hated for something that wasn't a problem anymore. But could he really just tell everyone? He'd quickly dispatched the paramedics after recalling the rarity of quirks like this, and he knew it was probably a bad idea to go blabbing about it. So he'd have to remain quirkless publicly, likely for the rest of his life. We're here. Kid, you and Zashi head up to the apartment. I have a couple plastic bins in the trunk we can use. I'll meet you both up there. Izuku nodded, scooting himself out of the car. He waited for Zashi before heading up to the 3rd floor where his mother's apartment was. There were no lights on, and the door was still unlocked from when he'd received the letter that started this evening's events. Izuku pushed it open and flicked on the lights. The house itself was tidy, but dust covered most of the surfaces from weeks of disuse. The kitchen and Izuku's bedroom were the only exceptions. The place felt as hot as the outside, and he wondered if maybe he'd forgotten to turn on the air conditioner. It didn't matter now, did it? Zashi took off his shoes and looked around a bit, heading right to the kitchen to check the fridge. Izuku knew it was empty except for some energy drinks and bottled water. His blonde head peeked above the fridge with a concerned glance. I was going to make sure nothing spoiled, but... I know, is all Izuku said. In the weeks since his mother had been gone, he'd picked up a few odd jobs around town to pay for groceries. His mother would mail him some cash once a week, but it barely lasted more than a few days with how little she sent. He knew objectively that what she had done was illegal and highly neglectful, but he loved his mother regardless, and he just hoped beyond hope that she would come back. The need for a mother's love kept him patient all that time without her. When was the last time you saw your mother? Zashi asked, his voice almost scared of the answer. 6 weeks. Izuku answered. flipping on the switch to his bedroom door, which was across from the kitchen. She just didn't come home from work one day. I figured she was staying at the hospital or something. She did that sometimes on longer shifts back to back. But then one day turned into 3 and then 8 and… Anyway. He shrugged, moving towards his closet to start taking down the few things he wanted to keep and take with him. He heard Zashi moving through the apartment. Another light switch snapped on and the man gasped loudly. It was coming from the room next to his mother's. Izuku set down the jackets in his hands and walked around the corner. He stopped mid-stride when he realized what had shocked the voice hero. His mother's room was empty, stripped bare as if she'd moved out. She had effectively, but Izuku had never opened her door to check. He'd been too scared to find exactly this. Oh. The word felt too small in his mouth, too small for this great revelation, but it's all he could verbally produce. Zoo? Zashi asked, crouching down in front of him and trying to offer a supportive hug. Izuku flinched away again on instinct. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Do you want a hug? You didn't, it's just sorry. That just happens. I know, little guy. I get it. More than you know. I will tell you someday, but right now we need to focus on you. Come here. Izuku collapsed against Zashi, wrapping his arms tightly around the man's neck as if it was his only lifeline. It wasn't the only one Izuku had now, it was one of 2. Shoyuta had grabbed the 2 large plastic tubs he had in his trunk to keep their groceries from falling all over while they drove, and carted them up to the apartment. It wasn't hard to find. He'd watched his husband follow Izuku up to the 3rd floor. They'd left the door open. He didn't see either of them at first as he walked in and set the tubs down by the door. He heard the pair quietly talking in a room down the hall. When he turned the corner to find them, he realized he'd passed Izuku's room and this must be the mother's room, or what was left of it. There was nothing but a bare bed frame, a clearly empty dresser, and a desk with nothing but a few empty picture frames laying discarded on top. Izuku had told them his mother had stopped coming home a few weeks ago, but this was abandonment. If that woman wasn't dead, Shoyuta would have had the wrath of hell itself to deliver on her. He took a shuddering breath and looked down to find the little green-haired kid grasping at Zashi's neck like it was the only thing that could keep him from drowning in his own tears. Dear God, this kid needed so much help. Shoyuta crouched down, catching his husband's pained eyes and returning them with a look just as sorrowful. He rubbed soft circles on the kid's back. From the look on Zashi's face, he knew the kid hadn't been aware of this room being empty. Why would he? Kids don't usually go into their parents' rooms unless they have a nightmare. In this case, he couldn't imagine Izuku would run to his mother for nightmares. He would never have known his mother had left like this. They gave the kid his time to calm down and then they all set to work. Collecting everything the kid wanted didn't take long. All he had fit into the 2 tubs Shoyuta had brought up plus a backpack and laptop bag. One tub was entirely full of just notebooks. Each and every one of them had hero analysis for the future written on them with a number. Shoyuta really wanted to read them, but he'd asked tomorrow before they dove into that subject. Those notebooks meant a lot to the kid, judging by how carefully he packed them. Neither Shoyuta or Zashi had tried asking if he wanted help. It was clear Izuku wanted that job to himself. Hey Zu. Shoyuta turned to his husband's question. Yes, Zashi? Where's your school uniforms? I don't think we packed any. I know the hospital disposed of the one you had on today. Oh. I think my other one is still in the bathroom. I was stitching up a few holes again, though I think that one's a goner too. I'll buy a new one when I get to school on Monday. You've had to buy multiple uniforms? Shoyuta was treading fragile ice here. He knew that. Oh, yeah, they keep getting burnt and torn. It's my own fault. I'm clumsy and I get in the other kids' way. It's fine. The staff knows about my issues. Hizashi looked like he'd been slapped and was about to kill someone for it. The staff knew. Izuku had just confirmed that much. They knew and did nothing when they saw this kid come in with a burnt and torn uniform and just handed him a new one like it meant nothing. They took his money and discarded him like the fabric the other kids had destroyed. Shoyuta was indignant at whatever poor excuse for a school this child had been forced to attend. One look in his partner's eyes and they both knew Izuku would never be returning to that horrible excuse for a learning institution. They'd already assumed it was likely an option, but they wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt. Now there was nothing left to doubt. "You're not going back there, kid," Shoyuta growled. "Not if they treat you like that. We'll enroll you online or something. You only have a few months left till graduation, right?" Yeah? You really mean it?" Shoyuta couldn't believe his ears. This child, their child, didn't expect them to remove him from a place of bullying and abuse. He questioned if his guardians were serious. This kid didn't believe someone would remove him from a painful situation. And Shoyuta realized that he'd been forced to believe he deserved it. Izuku thought he wasn't worthy of anything less than utter torment and vile abuse, purely for his quirk status. The indignation rose in his throat again and Shoyuta had to swallow it back like a cactus in his throat. "Yes, we're serious. I'll call the rat tomorrow and see if he can tutor you till the end of the year. He has his homeschool license for taking on private students. Online was my first idea, but I don't think they'll take a student this far into the year. We can talk about it later." Izuku nodded, once again on the verge of tears. Shoyuta hated that the most basic kindness towards this kid was enough to break him. Every time. "All right, Zukusho, let's head home. Is there anything else here you want, little listener?" The kid's room was still full of All Might merch. Shoyuta had thought it was creepy at first, but there were also other heroes in here too. Shoyuta hadn't missed the present mic alarm clock the kid had stuffed in his backpack in an attempt to be sneaky, or the Eraserhead goggles keychain that dangled from his house keys. No. All of this, well, we could sell it, I guess. Most of this All Might merch is limited edition. But, I don't want it. All Might isn't my hero anymore. Shoyuta was damn sure there was a story there, but he was not going to risk the kid breaking down for the nth time this evening. The boy needed some real sleep and rest. By now it was almost 5 a.m. and they were all exhausted. Thankfully, tomorrow was Sunday so they could all sleep in. Zashi had whispered in his ear on their way out the door that he'd set up the guest room for Izuku before leaving for the hospital. It wasn't much, but they could go out and get him decorations later. Maybe tomorrow afternoon or next weekend. Izuku passed out the minute he was strapped in the back seat. Hizashi made soft cooing noises at how cute the exhausted child was. Shoyuta hid his smile in his capture scarf, but Hizashi could read his face far too well. He knew Shoyuta was smiling too. Chapter 3. A New Home and Provided Needs. When they made it home, Hizashi carried Izuku to the guest room while Shoyuta unloaded the kid's cargo. It wasn't much and only took 2 trips to and from the car. There was probably some concern for how little he had or wanted. His room had been full of hero merch, but he seemed dead set on avoiding it all minus a few pieces. "He's not my hero anymore. Why? What happened to make this child realize that his greatest hero wasn't the hero he thought?" Shoyuta sighed, setting down the tub of books he just brought into the house. "You okay, Sho?" Hizashi walked up behind him, wrapping his arms around Shuta's waist and hugging him tightly. "No, not in the slightest. I want to rip someone apart for how much this child was mistreated by everyone in his life. I want to grab All Might by the neck and ask him what the fuck he did to make Izuku stop believing in him as his hero. We both know there's a story there." "I know. I want to know too. I think we should take a few days off school. It's almost the end of term anyway and the kids are just studying for finals. Nedzu should be fine with it. Plus, we'll need to get Izuku settled in better anyway." "Sorry. I didn't go on patrol with the intention of bringing home a child. Do I seem upset?" Hizashi looked at him with this smug little grin that Shoyuta knew meant he was overjoyed but trying to hide it. Shoyuta leaned in to kiss Hizashi's forehead, then his cheek, then his lips. "I need to call Nedzu. Could you make us some early breakfast?" "Of course, love." With a quick kiss, the blonde was off to the kitchen to make some midnight, or well, 5 a.m. breakfast. The phone rang exactly twice before Nedzu picked up. "Shoyuta. Shouldn't you be asleep right now?" "Don't play with me, rat. I know you've already read my mind. You know why I'm calling." "Well, I assume this has something to do with the stray you picked up on your patrol tonight? But alas, I can't actually read minds. You'll have to tell me the details that weren't in the police report." Shoyuta huffed as he plopped down on the couch. His goggles and scarf were finally discarded beside him. God, his feet were so sore. Well, I've got a school you're more than welcome to burn down. This kid, Nedzu. This kid is a brilliant ray of sunshine despite how horrible he's been treated. He's smart, clever, and kind. I think we're going to enroll him online, but I have a feeling you're going to want to tutor him on top of that. You're the only Quirk counselor I trust with his newly manifested immortality quirk. You don't say. Well, that certainly intrigues me, Shoyuta. He could hear the distinct pull of tea from a cup. Of course, the rat was having himself a morning cup of tea while Shoyuta was agonizingly tired and ready to collapse. The rat must have just woken up. What else? Zashi and I need a few days off to settle him in. He's malnourished and skittish. Understood. I will get your classes covered and see you all on Thursday, around 10 a.m.? How's that? I'd like to meet the little student. That also gives you enough time to evaluate his intelligence more. I want a full report. He's a kid, Nedzu. Don't teach him to dominate the world just yet. Wait till he's a third year, at least for my sanity. Of course. I'll start with espionage for the first year. Why does that give me no comfort? Oh please, Shoyuta. You wouldn't have called me if you didn't think the child could handle my particular brand of education. That's exactly what worries me. In the 5 minutes I've known him, I've seen the kid jump to his death, revive himself, come up with a valid excuse for his actions 5 seconds later, cry no less than 15 times, and blame himself for every wrong that's happened to him. He knows it was wrong, but he forgives them anyway. Don't crush that kindness in him, Nedzu. You said it was an immortality quirk, yes? Don't do that. Do what? Don't change the subject, that wasn't even subtle, rat. Ugh, but yes, a genuine resurrection quirk. Fascinating. You're not testing it. Shoyuta. I would never dash. We both know you would. Well. Anyway, I'll see you Thursday, bye. Shoyuta sighed as the line went dead. What did he just get himself into? What did he just get Izuku into? He was sure that rat was going to be the death of him someday. He was going to wear Shuta's sanity down to absolutely nothing. Shoyuta took a heaving breath and pushed off the couch. He could smell breakfast and it was likely ready. Hizashi was so damn cute in his apron with a spatula in hand and his tongue stuck out in thought. Shoyuta knew he got lost in thought when making pancakes. It was one of the few times he got to silently observe his husband's face and watch every little quirk of his brow and twitch of his mustache. But tonight he just wanted to be next to the man. Snaking his hands around Zashi's waist, the man jumped slightly before leaning back against Shuta's chest. Well, hello there. He sounded sort of slurred. Shoyuta lifted his hands from Zashi's waist and used them to sign. Take out your hearing aids. Hizashi nodded. That was fine. Shoyuta didn't really feel like speaking anymore tonight. He needed food and he needed rest. His husband seemed to share that sentiment. He did, however, hum softly as he cooked. Shoyuta loved when he hummed. The voice hero could make anything melodic, and it soothed something wild and bestial in Shuta's soul every damn time. They ate like that, standing wrapped around each other in the middle of the kitchen. When they were done, Zashi did the dishes while Shoyuta buried his nose in his husband's neck, half asleep. He'd already done a nasty long patrol this evening, and then the stress of failing to catch a falling kid, and then bringing him home. It had been an exhausting night. Shoyuta realized halfway to their room that Hizashi was carrying him. They were both strong enough for it, easy, but it hadn't happened in a long time. Shoyuta smiled, letting himself drift off just as Hizashi mumbled, "I love you," in his ear and placed him in their bed, curled up around him. Izuku startled awake, having no idea where he was. The room was painted in hues of gray and the bedding matched. It was some kind of guest room? Oh right, he'd gone home with Eraserhead and Present Mike. He was staying with Eraserhead and Present Mike. Wait, that had to be a dream, right? Everything had to be a dream. He looked off to his right, only to find his Present Mike alarm clock staring at him from the bedside table. It read 2 p.m. Oh God, how long had he slept? 10 hours? Ugh, no wonder he was confused. Izuku didn't do well with too much sleep. It made his brain foggy and slow. Voices came from down the hall and Izuku was out of bed and rushing down the hallway in seconds. He had to know if it was real. He had to know if he'd imagined himself finding genuine affection, or if his mind had just conjured up a fever dream he'd longed for all his life. Panting, he grabbed the edge of the doorway and skidded to a stop. Socks on wooden floors were never a good combination. Whoa, little listener, where's the fire? Hisashi was just putting 2 plates on the table. Shoyuta was looking at him worried, having just picked up his chopsticks. You okay, kid? He asked. I was scared that this was all a dream. Both of his guardians' faces softened. Hisashi opened his arms and gestured for Izuku to come closer. He obeyed, looking up through his messy green locks. He realized he just rushed out of bed and probably looked half mad when he'd burst through the kitchen wide-eyed in terror. You want some lunch, Izuku? He asked, offering a hug. Izuku happily took it and took a deep breath of wintergreen from the man. Was that his shampoo? Izuku liked it. It was like walking through a forest and finding the biggest tree to hold onto for stability. Yes, please. Hisashi gave his hair a ruffle and guided Izuku to a chair across from Shoyuta. The underground hero had been silently munching while watching the exchange. When Izuku settled down, Shoyuta set his chopsticks down and sighed. We have a few things to go over when you feel up to it, Izuku. Hisashi put a plate down, then put a hand on his hip. Give the listener a moment to wake up, Sho. Don't dive right into business. Izuku chuckled, taking up a set of chopsticks and digging in. After a few bites where his eyes were rolling back in his head from how damn good the food was, he nodded. Shoot. I'm a little groggy, too much sleep, but awake. Izuku knew they had to get to this eventually. It was better to rip the band-aid off and get it over with before it stewed too long. Izuku knew eventually they'd decide they didn't want him, some random kid who tried to off himself. A weakling who had a cursed quirk and now a cursed lonely life. But Shoyuta interrupted his spiral. The doctor said you're malnourished, so we're going to follow his diet plan to get you back on track. Also, you're going to be put into private schooling with Nedzu over at UA until you graduate middle school. After that, we'll work on a plan for high school. Are you with me so far, kid? Izuku blinked. That sounded long-term. That sounded very long-term, like years long-term. Were they really willing to devote that much time to rehabilitating him? Why? He blinked a few times, his chopsticks hovering over his plate in shock and disbelief. Oh right, Shoyuta had asked him a question. Yes. I am with you. Okay. Those are the more logistical issues. We're going to start you in therapy with Hound Dog at UA as well. Given your status as our charge, you can use his services. I'm about to head to the police station to sign the formal paperwork, and then we'll be your official guardians. Are you okay with that? Izuku settled his utensils beside his plate and stared at his food, confused. Why were they doing this? Why were they helping him? He was just a waste of oxygen. He was just a worthless Deku. Stupid, worthless, waste of space, stupid Deku. Hey kid. Look at me, stop. Izuku snapped out of his spiral, realizing he was panting for air and gripping the edge of the table so hard his knuckles were white. You are none of that. You are not stupid or worthless. Please don't say those things. No one will ever call you that again. And not because of your quirk status either. Had he said all that out loud? Izuku took a few careful breaths, releasing his hands from the table so he could tangle them in the hem of the scrubs he was still wearing from the hospital. Little listener, can you look at me for a minute? Izuku peeked his eyes between his curls. Zashi smiled faintly. We value you. Okay. We care about your well-being. We want to see you safe and healthy and happy. Not for any other reason except that you deserve all those things and more. Everyone does. You are not any less than anyone else. Okay. Izuku nodded, wiping a few stray tears from his face. Finally, getting his voice back, he nudged his chin toward Shoyuta. Yes. Yes. I'm okay with it, you being my guardians. Both of them smiled at Izuku. When they were all done eating, Shoyuta left to sign paperwork. He said he'd be gone for about an hour. Zashi had cleaned the table and despite Izuku's offer to help, He'd refused. Izuku didn't know how to handle being taken care of like this. He'd taken care of himself since he was a child. This felt like he was being pampered for no reason. It was weird. So instead of hanging around the kitchen while Hisashi cleaned, he decided to wander around the house. There were pictures hanging up everywhere. Some were old and faded, showing faces he didn't recognize. He could pick out Shoyuta and Hisashi in most of the images, but not all of them. There was one that looked like the hero staff of UA pretty recently. That made him smile. Something brushed his legs and Izuku yelped, stumbling across the hall as he tripped over the furry thing. Izuku! Hisashi called, coming around the corner quickly. Izuku was face to face with a large fluffy black feline with piercing orange eyes. Izuku had landed on the floor in a heap with the cat leaning over his face, tail swishing idly. The cat had a scar over one eye, it kind of matched Izuku's weirdly enough. Hisashi barked a laugh and crouched down to help Izuku up. I see you met Bastard. Bastard? Yeah, Shoyuta named him that after the first few times he'd made us trip over him. It's how he greets people. We've learned to expect it, but you have a big learning curve to get the hang of. It's okay, it means he likes you. Oh. Nugget and Old Lady are around here somewhere. Lady is probably sunning herself in our room. Nugget is probably hiding in his favorite spot under Shuta's desk in the office. You have 3 cats? Izuku stared at him a bit dumbfounded. Izuku felt like that was the sort of thing you warn a person about. At the very least, he felt like he would have seen some cat toys or something laying around. Yeah, it's hard to tell, I know. They are all older adopted strays. So they aren't really playful. They sleep all day and cuddle us at night. That's about it. Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you, Bastard. The cat chuffed at him and wandered off into the depths of the house. Izuku arched his brow. If he wasn't mistaken, the cat just walked into the guest room where Izuku was staying. Maybe he'd find the feline in his bed later. Interesting. Why don't you go get ready for the day, and we can watch a movie while we wait for Shoyuta to get back, Izuku smiled up at Hisashi, nodding. That sounds nice. As Shoyuta walked into the police station, it was to the sound of several people clapping and loud calls of excitement. He groaned and rolled his eyes dramatically as he made his way into the back where Tsukachi's office was. Tell your underlings I find their joy offensive. Oh, come on, Eraser. We all know it was inevitable. Come in, I have the papers ready for you to sign. Shoyuta plopped himself into the chair across from his friend and rubbed at the headache forming behind his eyes. That's what he gets for not sleeping well. Another damn headache. He knew they were a common side effect of his quirk, but he couldn't remember using it last night. Given the emotional situation, maybe it activated while he was trying to reach the kid? It was hard to tell. Hey, you alright? Tsukachi set the papers down in front of him, a lovely stack. As if he hadn't already had enough paper stacks to feed an army just from the hospital. No, he answered shortly. This kid Suki, this kid has been through more torture than most heroes ever see in their worst battles across their whole careers. I don't even know where to start. Taking up a pen, Shoyuta started to fill out any open spots on the papers he was supposed to fill in. The silence in the room was palpable, but not tense. They both knew this wouldn't be easy. The kid had jumped. Even if he'd been miraculously saved by his quirk manifesting, he still jumped for a reason. Start with the obvious. Attention, affection, and support. I'm sure the kid has lacked all of that and more in his life. Shoyuta answered a few more questions on the forms before taking a moment's break to look up at the detective across from him. The man was wearing an arched brow and expectant look. Oh, he wanted a better answer. Shoyuta sighed. The kid is covered in scars from head to toe. I have half a mind to ask you to research what kind of quirk makes starburst burn patterns. Someone has been routinely torturing this kid. We're fairly sure most of it was his peers bullying him. His mother simply ignored his existence and apparently moved all her stuff out of the house 6 weeks ago with no goodbye. We found her empty room when we were picking up his belongings. The kid didn't even know. Tsukachi winced, putting a hand to his mouth in thought, and also to hide half the grimace on his face. I can certainly look into finding the mother wherever she ran off T-. She's dead. Tsukachi blinked. What? Shoyuta pulled the kid's bloodied letter from his pocket where he'd placed it this morning. I figured you'd want a copy of this for the file. The kid found this on his door when he came home last night. It was the final push he needed, so to speak. The mother was killed in a villain attack, and the commission sent him a bullshit apology and fucking hush money. Someone fucked up, and I don't think I need to tell you I'm pissed. Suki took the letter quickly and read it over, his eyes blowing wide when he saw the amount enclosed in the check. It was a lot of money. A lot of money. That was a serious fuck up, and the commission was trying to cover it up. Leaving a young kid with that much money, it was an easy assumption that some hero made a big mistake and the commission was trying to cover it up so the kid didn't ask where his mother was. The commission had lucked out. Izuku likely didn't even want to hold a funeral for her now after everything she'd done to him. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm fairly sure the kid realized what this actually was. He's too smart for his own good. I'm going to put Netsu after his old school and this as well. I know the rat wants to burn down the commission. This can fuel his fire or whatever. Anyway, I thought you'd want a copy. Yeah, right. 1 second. Shoyuta went back to filling out the forms as Tsukachi left the office to make copies of the letter for his files. Shoyuta knew this was all only going to get more complicated from here on out. This kid was still a bit of a mystery and he wasn't sure how he'd manage to earn enough trust to unravel those mysteries, but he would try his damn best. Coffee? Suki asked as he walked back in, holding 2 cups because he knew Shoyuta would absolutely never refuse coffee, even the bitter crap someone made in the police station. Thank you. Shoyuta took the offered cup, his free hand pushing the completed forms across the desk. Tsukachi set his own cup down and went to make copies of the stack for Shoyuta to take home. Shoyuta sat there for a moment, silently thinking over everything that had happened since last night while lazily drinking his coffee. They needed to make a run to the mall and get some necessities. They also needed to start therapy ASAP. Hound Dog had set an initial meeting up for tomorrow morning, which was good. Shoyuta hoped the kid wouldn't refuse therapy. It was going to be a challenge to instill into this child that he was worthy of the help they were giving him. He was worthy of so much more. He deserved to live a happy and carefree childhood. But that had already been stolen from his bruised and bloody hands. How could they even begin to clean that blood off his hands? It was blood other people had put there. Other hands that had marked his skin. The sight of that burned hand print on the kid's shoulder came to the forefront of Shuta's mind and rage filled his gut again. He choked it back down with a large gulp of coffee. He would find whoever did that and they would be punished. He had to wonder how this child was still so sweet after all these scars. If this is what he looked like on the outside, what sweet hell did his mind look like? All right, you're all set to go, Eraser. Shoyuta looked up to Suki, who was holding a large manila envelope out. Oh, right, papers. He stood up and tucked the envelope under his arm, discarding the empty coffee cup in a trash can in the process. Thank you, Suki. Just let me know when you want help getting the adoption papers started. The detective had the nerve to wink. Yeah, let's see about getting the kid to open up first, and maybe heal a little. Yeah, I'll start researching those burn patterns in the Quirk registry, but that sort of thing isn't commonly recorded, so we might have to get the info from the kid when he's ready to talk about it. I know. If he's willing someday, we'll be ready. Agreed. See ya soon. See ya, Suki. Shoyuta walked into the apartment 15 minutes later to the sight of Izuku sleeping on the couch, with his head in Hisashi's lap while the voice hero carded his fingers through the kid's green curls. It was so domestic and adorable, Shoyuta could almost imagine they'd had the kid for years, and none of the awful things that happened to him were real. Welcome back. He leaned over to kiss his husband's lips and brush a hand over Izuku's head. We're officially his guardians. Suki was already asking about adoption papers, the bastard. I mean, give the kid time to settle in and trust us, God. Hisashi chuckled low, kissing Shuta's forehead in reply. He clicked the button on the remote to turn the TV off. I thought the kid said he'd slept too much earlier? He did, but I think the stress of everything just keeps pulling him under. He passed out not even 10 minutes into the movie. Just laid his head right down in my lap and curled up so small I thought he was trying to disappear. Yeah, he did that to me last night too. I think it's a hiding mechanic. I have to wonder how many times he's had to hide from people trying to hurt him. I don't want to know, Sho. I don't. Shoyuta squeezed his husband's hand, trying to share strength. This was going to be hard. Facing everything this boy had gone through and more. It was going to really be tough for the soft bleeding heart that was Hisashi to hear and see. So Shoyuta would take most of it. He'd take the brunt of the damage and he'd put on his usual bored face and let himself break in the privacy of their bedroom and never tell Hisashi the darkest parts. "Enem Shoyuta?" A groggy voice came from between them. Shoyuta looked down to meet bright green eyes. He almost gasped. In the split second before the kid realized he was awake, his eyes were so bright and open it was like the whole galaxy was spinning in them. But then he must have remembered himself because that bright, curious look turned to empty dullness. It pained Shoyuta to see those beautifully curious eyes turn dead. He knew in that instant, he would do anything it took to put the constellations back in those wonderful emerald eyes. "Hey kid. Good morning again. How you feeling?" Okay." Hisashi chuckled again and brushed some hair from the kid's face. Hisashi must have read his mind because he said what Shoyuta was thinking. "I think you need a haircut, little listener. What do you say?" "Oh, Mom used to make me get them. I just hadn't thought about it since she..." Shoyuta and Hisashi shared a look and Shoyuta crouched down beside the couch as Izuku sat himself upright. "Do you want to grow your hair out? That's fine if you do." I've never tried. Mom never let me. Said it wasn't appropriate for a boy." "Little guy, you can do whatever you want with your hair. We'll support you either way." Zashi's right. It's just hair. You don't have to decide now, even. You can just let it grow for now and if you change your mind, we'll cut it." "Oh, okay. I'll think about it. Do you have any hair ties I can use for now?" "Of course, kid." Shoyuta took one of the few around his wrist off and handed it over. "Want me to show you how I put Zashi's up?" Sure." Izuku scooted to the edge of the couch. Shoyuta sat down beside him and started to explain as he worked. Izuku flinched a few times at being touched, but Shoyuta did his best to adjust how he was moving so the kid could see his actions and not panic or flinch at them. It seemed to help when he could see Shuta's hands. "Okay, there you go. Let me know if you need help doing it later, yeah." Izuku patted his hands across his head. A few wild curls escaped the tie and dropped over his face cutely, but most of it was contained in the tie at the back of his head in a small fluffy bun. The style suited Izuku pretty well. It did reveal he had an undercut which looked semi-maintained. That was likely the only part of his hair the kid could do by himself without making a hatchet job of it. Shoyuta knew that pain. It's why he just let his hair grow long. "Thanks, Shoyuta." "It looks good, Zu." Zashi complimented as he pushed himself off the couch. "All right. Our schedule is all messed up, so let's get to the mall and get you some necessities. I'm sure none of us will be hungry for dinner anytime soon." "I'm sorry." Hisashi and Shoyuta turned to the kid with confused looks. "For what?" Shoyuta was careful to show his hands ahead of time as he reached to offer a hand to Izuku. The kid took it after a moment's hesitation. "For messing up your schedule. It's my fault. I shouldn't have jumped. It was stupid and I knew it was wrong dash." No. Stop it. That's not what Zashi meant. You didn't mess up our schedules. The situation kept us up late. That's all. It's not at all your fault." "Izuku." Hisashi crouched down in front of him, offering out his hands too. They made a messy pile in Izuku's lap. The kid was clutching them for dear life. "While we wish so deeply we could have prevented you from falling, believe me, Shoyuta was so upset that he wasn't able to catch you. We do not, in any way, blame you for what happened. We are so incredibly happy that you didn't die. But we want you to stop blaming yourself. What other people have done to you is not your fault. You are hurt and you need help healing. This won't be easy, but we're going to support you every step of the way." Izuku was doing his silent crying again. Shoyuta had learned that happened when he didn't know how to process the emotions he was feeling. When he sobbed it was desperate and confused and overwhelmed. But this when the tears poured from his eyes but the boy himself looked empty and lifeless. This was how he screamed. Shoyuta could hear it in the back of his mind. It ached in his chest so horribly. Without thinking, Shoyuta pulled Izuku into a tight hug, and for the first time since he met the kid, Izuku didn't flinch at the touch and just sunk into the feeling as he closed his eyes. Hisashi joined them a moment later. Izuku was worried his whole world was going to implode with all the curved balls these two kept throwing at him. Logically, he knew it shouldn't be shocking to him that he should be treated well. He knew that what his bullies did was wrong. He knew it wasn't fair or nice or even humane. He knew that. But it was so hard to believe that he was anything more than what he'd been told all his life. He was a waste of space, of air, of time, of resources. A waste. But no matter how many times he said those words, Zashi and Shoyuta were quick to correct him. In the span of the 24+ hours he'd been with them, they'd not hesitated even once to make him feel wanted. Wanted. The feeling was so warm and new. The faintest little twinge in his chest startled him to his core. It felt like maybe the night sky wasn't the only constant he had in his life anymore. Like maybe these two guardians could become a constant, a safe haven. Maybe they could teach him how to live again. Izuku quietly let his guardians lead him to the car. The closest mall was about 30 minutes by car. They could have gotten there faster by the train, but they would need the car to bring their bags home. Or so he'd been told. Izuku didn't really think there was much he needed. He'd gotten by on little to nothing for so long. He didn't really know what normal teens had in their rooms. The last person's room he'd been in aside from his or his mother's was Katsuki's. And well, they had been like 6 years old. Izuku? Shoyuta asked from the front seat. Izuku looked up and knew immediately this was going to be a serious question. The way his fingers gripped the wheel and his eyes burned with something Izuku couldn't read from this angle. MHM, he replied. His hands tucked into the bottom edge of his jacket, repeatedly brushing the hem under a fingernail to try and soothe himself. Can you tell me something? Izuku tilted his head, but nodded once. Shoyuta continued. Who burnt you? They. If it was one of your teachers, you need to understand how not okay that is. It wasn't a teacher. His eyes turned to the window for a while, watching the car speed past. Should he tell them? Should he get Katsuki in trouble? That didn't seem fair. He was only doing what everyone had taught him was right. It wasn't like he wanted to hurt Izuku, right? Izuku knew they weren't friends anymore. But he wanted to have faith that one day they might repair the burnt-out bridge between them. Kaken did. But he never meant to really hurt me, I don't think. Izuku, Hisashi started. Izuku cut him off. No. Kaken was my best friend. We've known each other since birth. He only did what all the teachers told him. I won't give up on him. Not like Mom. If I give that up, I'll really have nothing left. I know he hurt me. I know he did bad things, but he wants to be the best hero he always has. I know he can learn, I know he can change. I won't give up on him. Izuku even stomped his foot on the car floor for effect. It was childish, but it felt right. This was one person he refused to give up on. Even if it meant he'd only ever have pain for his stubbornness. Even if he'd never be accepted by Katsuki. He didn't care. He couldn't lose the last good thing from before he was diagnosed. He just couldn't. Okay, kid. I get it. Was he the one who put that handprint on your shoulder? I'm sorry. I know this is hard. But I need to know if that was done by a kid or a teacher. Izuku knew why. He knew if a teacher did it, they'd likely go to jail. In all reality, had a teacher done it, he actually might have told them flat out without regret. Izuku's teachers had been awful, but they'd always been careful to never be hands-on. The school district mandated cameras, and though they claimed to have a bullying rule, the teachers didn't enforce it. Not for quirkless kids, anyway. Kaken did that, the day yesterday. We were about to leave class and the teacher announced who had applied to what high schools. He told everyone I applied to UA, to the hero course. Kaken got upset because he thought I was trying to show him up. Izuku took a shuddering breath, clenching his fists in tight little balls on his hoodie. He told me, if you want to be a hero so badly, pray for a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof. The words rattled around inside Izuku's skull, like he was playing tennis with them. They stung still. He knew Katsuki had to regret those words. He'd never forgive himself if he knew Izuku really did jump, right? Had Izuku imagined the way Katsuki had flinched the moment his words came out of his mouth? No, he'd seen it. He regretted it. So why did he say it? Izuku. Shoyuta prodded gently. Izuku snapped his eyes back to the driver's seat. His words were, one of the reasons I was on that roof. Some vague excuse that urged my feet forward against my will. Did he tell you to kill yourself? Hisashi didn't turn around in his seat. Izuku could hear the tears in his voice. He didn't even need to see his face. Yes. Izuku decided he wanted to be honest with his guardians. They had done nothing to hurt Izuku, and were really trying to help him. They deserved his honesty, right? I'll let Hound Dog know, he can discuss that with you further. We're not qualified and we're too biased. Shoyuta seemed to rely on logic a lot, and Izuku thought it was a good mindset, but it didn't always come to the right conclusion. Sometimes emotions made more sense. But in this he was right. Izuku could see the rage on Shuta's face. He wanted to rip Katsuki apart without even knowing his real name or what he looked like. Katsuki had hurt Izuku, and that was enough to anger him. Izuku felt crushed by that level of kindness in a good way. Did you say you applied to Uezu? Hisashi had managed to control his emotions, storing them away likely for a time when Izuku wasn't there. I did. The hero course. I doubt I'll get in though. I don't have I guess I do have a quirk, but what use is a resurrection quirk in heroics? I'll be laughed out of the entrance exam. Why would you think that, Izuku? Shoyuta pulled the car into the mall parking lot and slowed down so he could look for a parking spot as they talked. Oh, I was doing it again, wasn't I? Talking like the people who'd hurt him, that is. Shoyuta mumbled. Once he found a spot, he pulled the car in and unbuckled so he could turn around. Look, let's not worry about the entrance exams. Nedzu has agreed to teach the remainder of your middle school education, and he texted me this morning. He's already gotten you enrolled in an online school. He sent me a bunch of aptitude tests for you as well. We have a lot to go over in that department, but honestly, if Nedzu's already taken this kind of interest in you just from whatever he's managed to find in 24 hours, you're doomed, kid. What do you mean doomed? Izuku was mildly panicked. He means once that little chimera gets his paws into you, he hangs on. He will teach you to take over the world if you let him. Oh please, Hisashi. I asked him to save world domination for Izuku's 3rd year. Somehow he thought that meant he should teach espionage in the 1st year. The rat is insane. I'm going to lose my mind. Izuku blinked stupidly at his guardians' faces. Were they serious? The Nedzu, the principal of UA High, was that interested in him? Izuku of all people? Why? What had he found in under 24 hours that had made him so fascinated with the cursed little worthless Deku? Izuku shook his head, trying to shake that last thought from his mind. He was trying to do better. This was going to take time. Izuku sighed. Okay. I would be honored to be his student. That seemed like the right thing to say. Do not let him hear you give him that much flattery. He might actually include you on his quest to destroy the hero commission. Izuku burst into giggles. Shoyuta looked downright terrified of the idea of Izuku trying to take over the commission. It was hilarious. Izuku didn't have any real faith he could do something that grand, and why would he want to? Well, there was something fishy about that letter about his mom. The letter. Shoyuta. He jumped out of the car as Shoyuta and Zashi got out, grabbing for the man's arm. What's wrong? The letter. Where's the letter? I remember I gave it to you, right? Oh, I'm sorry. I had to take it with me to the police station to have a copy put in your file. It's okay. I left it back at home with the check in our safe. I thought that was the best place for it right now. We will have to set up a bank account for you so we can deposit the check. We need to talk about money before that though. He looked over at Hisashi for a moment, then back to Izuku. Is that okay? Oh, why, I didn't want to lose the letter. I don't know why. I don't really care about the check. They wouldn't have given it to me if they'd checked the Quirk registry anyway. Shoyuta winced physically, his eyes finding the ground. He knew Izuku was right, he couldn't even argue it. Izuku knew Hisashi likely had the same kind of look on his face. All right. Let's get a happier subject going. You need to pick out your favorite bedsheets and curtains for your room. What's your favorite color? Hisashi was quick to get them back on track. The trip to the mall had been exhausting but productive. Izuku really didn't understand how he was supposed to choose every single piece of his bedroom, but Hisashi guided him through it all. Shoyuta had stood by, happy to watch and duck his smirking face in that stupid capture weapon. Izuku had never wanted to yank it off so hard as he did when Zashi brought over an Eraserhead notebook and gushed over how much he could tell Izuku loved the underground hero, as if he wasn't right there. Izuku could see how deeply his guardians loved each other and still teased each other, and their hero personas like teenagers. It was refreshing and he was quickly growing fond of it. So now he was sitting on his bed, and staring at the countless bags all around him on the floor while Bastard pawed at his arm for attention. Felt too much. Why had they spent so much money on him? He could have bought this himself with the stupid check the commission gave him, or worked some odd jobs and gotten things over time. So of course, he found himself quietly sobbing in his room, trying not to let his guardians know he felt overwhelmed. Luck was not on his side. Zashi came running to his side, knees hitting the floor before he even made it to the bed. "Izuku?" he asked, reaching out a hand to gently pull Izuku's fingers from his hair. Izuku hadn't even realized he'd been trying to rip it out. "Talk to me, what's wrong?" Izuku could smell dinner, and assumed Shoyuta was cooking. Thankfully he hadn't heard the sobbing. Izuku would have died if his hero had to hear him cry for the 500th time. "It's just a lot. You spent so much money on me. I could have just." "Izuku, no." Hisashi hugged him quickly, rocking back and forth gently. "You're under our protection, our guardianship. That means we provide for you. That's what parents do. They make sure their kids have everything they need to live. Everything. Kids aren't supposed to work just to buy shoes and notebooks. I know this is a lot and you've got an adjustment period, but know that anything you want or need you can ask. We might not always be able to get you everything you want, but anything you need will be provided. That comes with the package, little listener." Izuku could only nod his head until the sobbing stopped and he was able to breathe normally. Shoyuta called to them from the kitchen to let them know dinner was ready. It was actually about 10 in the evening by the time they all sat down to eat. But they'd all woken up late anyway. Izuku carried Bastard with them, petting him gently to comfort himself. The feline jumped out of his arms once they reached the kitchen, and ran off likely to get into trouble. Shoyuta was starving after their small adventure. He hated walking around malls, there were too many people and too many stores and it was all just too much. Izuku seemed worse off though. When Hisashi came back into the kitchen with Izuku slowly trailing behind, he'd whispered that the kid had broken down over how much stuff they bought him. He didn't seem to understand that necessities were well provided for him. Once again, Shoyuta was filled with ire for the way Izuku had been raised, lacking the things he needed to survive. Shoyuta wanted to throw a chair at a wide variety of heads, but instead he just scarfed down his food and watched Izuku play with his own plate. The kid didn't seem hungry, or perhaps distracted. Maybe it was a good time to switch his mind to something he liked and enjoyed. Shoyuta was trying to keep a delicate balance of getting information from the kid, while also trying to get him to settle in and learn what real support felt like. "Hey kid, why don't you tell me about those notebooks of yours?" Shoyuta urged. The bin was still by the door since Izuku's room wasn't fully set up. A bookshelf was being delivered tomorrow where all those books would go once it was put together. "Or show us a few of your favorites?" The suggestion worked. He caught the slightest sparkle in the boy's eye at the interest in his hobby. Had no one ever told this child his interests were valid? He bounced off his chair and right over to the bin. After a few minutes of searching while Hisashi and Shoyuta watched on with curious faces, Izuku came back with 4 notebooks in hand and spread them across the table. One was clearly the first, bearing a smudgy number 1 on the front and written in crayon no less. The other 3 were more recent and if Shoyuta remembered correctly, they were the last numbers he'd seen 11, 12, and 13. "So, the first one is a wreck. I wrote it when I was like, 5? But it's got some of my all-time favorite heroes in it. Kaken is in there too, but you can just skip over that entry." Shoyuta would most certainly not be skipping over that entry, even if he couldn't read the 5-year-old Izuku's handwriting. You've been writing these since you were 5? Hisashi asked, sounding impressed. Shoyuta was too. The blonde picked up the last notebook in the row, number 13, and flipped it over to the front. Shoyuta blinked. It was waterlogged and burnt. Someone, likely Izuku, had recovered it in time to save the ink from smudging, though. Neither man asked why this notebook was ruined. Yeah. I've always wanted to be a hero, so, I thought analyzing them could help me better understand how they do what they do. Oh, you can also just skip over yourselves in there. Wait, we're in here? Shoyuta asked, leaning over to Hisashi and flipping through pages around his hands. I'm not skipping that, kid. Ugh, but that's so embarrassing. I don't want you to think I'm creepy for writing about you. Hey kid, stop worrying. I'm sure it's really neat. Shoyuta found the page on his own hero persona first. Each entry had a little sketch of the hero and an explanation of their gear first, along with any known names or aliases. He was slightly concerned the kid knew his gear and full hero name, but then it kept going. The kid had multiple patrol routes he'd taken over the last 2 years down to the hour. He had Quirk information and even that note about him being married and possibly to present Mike. This kid had seen one glimpse of a ring around their necks. One glimpse each, and he'd figured it out. Some would call that an assumption, but Izuku actually listed out his reasoning for believing his theory in the notebook, and it was sound. The next page had some theories about Shuta's quirk, which were rich and well written. Some of the theories were scarily accurate considering he was right in at least half of them, but he likely had no way of knowing he'd been right. The kid was making incredible logical leaps from just observing him in the field and public information gathering. There was even a page dedicated to his fighting style, then one dedicated to his strengths and weaknesses. Some of the listed weaknesses he had never even thought of. Kid, Shoyuta said, handing the notebook back to Hisashi, who went searching for his own entry. Izuku looked down at the table, wriggling in his chair nervously. Izuku had already told them everyone found this hobby creepy and annoying. Shoyuta found it brilliant. He couldn't hold a candle to this kid's level of intelligence. Maybe only Netsu could. Oh gods, the rat was going to lose his ever-loving shit when he saw these notebooks. Something occurred to Shoyuta, and it must have hit Hisashi at the exact moment because their eyes met and a flash of fear went right through Hisashi's eyes. Shoyuta took a breath. This kid was dangerous in a way that scared them. He could do this with just his observation skills. What could he do with actual education, resources, and support? There may not be a limit. The realization that had he died, they would have lost one of the most brilliant minds of this generation was painful. The realization that if the abuse had pushed him towards villainy, this whole world would be ash in mere months, was even more painful. Izuku. Shoyuta tried again. This time the boy looked up at him. This is incredible. Honestly, you're brilliant. However, I know. It's a stupid hobby. It's creepy and you feel like I'm invading your privacy. He buried his face in his hands. Shoyuta sighed, pushed his chair back, and walked over to Izuku's chair. Not at all. I think it's a very educational hobby. There are such things as quirk analysts. You could probably become the most prolific one if you tried. But that's besides the point. I was going to say that while this is incredible, it's also dangerous. Wait, what? Izuku looked up, his hands going limp on the table. Kid, your theories about my quirk, the assumptions and connections you've made, most of them are accurate. Scarily accurate. The danger comes in when you think what might happen if a villain got a hold of that notebook. They could pick apart my whole fighting style, my quirk, and my weaknesses in minutes with only that small entry. But I'd never give any of this. I want to be a hero, I'd never hurt you like that. Hey whoa kid, that's not what I was suggesting. But remember, villains steal all the time. If anyone knew these existed, and I'm assuming your classmates do at the very least, then a villain could find out and abuse them. All I mean to say is that we need to make sure these are safe. What do you suggest, Shoyuta? The kid was quickly falling into a spiral, he could hear it. Shoyuta crouched down and tilted his head until Izuku looked over at him. He smirked. I'll teach you to write in code like a real underground hero. How's that? Izuku's face lit up like the floating lanterns at the Obon festivals each year. It was the first time he'd given a genuine and open smile that actually met his eyes. Really? You teach me? I want to keep the notebooks safe. I don't want the villains to get them. Maybe we could invent our own code or use a really old one. Or one from another country. I know English pretty well, so we could use an old English code like from one of those old murder mysteries or... Whoa, slow down, kid. We'll get there. Speaking of English, Zashi might want to test your English skills. He's the English teacher over at UA. Do you like learning English, Zu? Hizashi leaned over the table, a bright smile on his face. He adored the English language. Shoyuta was terrible at English. Absolutely terrible. That was one of the few things Zashi could hold over Shuta's head and tease him about for the rest of their lives. Shoyuta loved him regardless. I think Nedzu included an English aptitude test in his email. Do you want to work on those? Nedzu wants them back by Thursday when we meet with him. I've been given a mandatory few days off patrol as well. Wait, because of me? Shoyuta shook his head before the kid could make assumptions. Not in a bad way. But I witnessed you. I didn't catch you, Izuku. All heroes are required to report those things. Even if you didn't actually die. It affected me. So, in these situations, heroes are taken off patrol for a few days and evaluated by a psychiatrist. It's standard procedure. Oh, okay. Do you want to talk about it? I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. I was trying to prevent anyone from seeing me. Shoyuta sighed. This kid. This absolute genius couldn't see how dumb he was sometimes. He put himself absolutely last in every regard. It was heartbreaking and Shoyuta was going to make it his mission to put a stop to it. Look, last night wasn't the first time I witnessed something startling. It won't be the last either. I really hate having to explain this because you are far too young to face this reality. But as heroes, we can't save everyone. I know kids look up to us and always expect us to save the day. Don't forget we're just human. Sometimes we slip and fall, sometimes we don't make it in time to reach out our hand. Sometimes we fail just like everyone else. He's right, little listener. As much as I want to save every single person I meet, I'm only one person. I can't possibly do everything. That goes for all heroes. So don't let yourself think it's your fault. You were hurting and you did the only thing you thought you could do. It might not have been the right decision. I will never think suicide is the right decision. But that doesn't make it your fault that Shoyuta witnessed it. But I could have. If you spiral into what-ifs, you will never get past this, Izuku. You can't let yourself panic over what might have happened if you changed one thing. Shoyuta carefully wrapped his arms around Izuku, hugging him tightly as he spoke. You are going to get past this, I promise. Izuku hugged him back, but didn't cry this time. Shoyuta was going to count that as a win of some small kind. Chapter 4. Can you see your brilliance? Shoyuta and Hizashi sat Izuku down the next morning and went over the aptitude tests. They seemed simple enough, or at least in theory. Izuku was sure they were harder in practice. The design of the tests was that the first third of the questions were on the level Izuku should be at. The second third were questions slightly above his grade level, and an above-average student should get a few right from that section. The last third were college-level questions that he shouldn't know at all. Nedzu had sent aptitude tests for math, science, Japanese, English, computer sciences, Quirk analytics, at Shuta's behest, history, and lastly, civil and heroics law. The principal must really want to figure out Izuku's intelligence and education level. This was a wide variety of topics. Izuku had even caught sight of a few more tests Shoyuta hadn't sent over to Izuku's email. They were on even more complex subjects, likely tied to the rat's desire to destroy the world, as Shoyuta had put it when he mumbled around the corner of his mouth. Izuku grinned, but hid it behind his hand. All in all, the tests actually hadn't been hard, just long and thought out. Once Izuku actually dove into them, he was gone for hours. It was only when Hizashi nudged him and insisted he eat lunch that Izuku realized he'd been working for over 4 hours. Once he was done with lunch, he worked until dinner without interruption. By the time dinner was ready, he'd finished the last of the tests. He was red-eyed and exhausted, but he felt wired. He'd never been given the chance to just let go before. to show everything he could do in school. He'd always had to tamper himself or his teachers believed he was cheating or getting fed the answers. But this was supported by his guardians and Netsu. He could go all out. No, he had to go all out. He wanted them to see his absolute best. Once he hit submit on the last test, the online form compiled the data and gave him a breakdown of each test and his grades and skill levels. Izuku grabbed his laptop off his desk just as Hisashi called him for dinner. "You all done, kid?" Shoyuta asked as he set the laptop on the kitchen table. Here's the results." Hisashi came over with all 3 plates precariously balanced on his arms and passed them around. Both guardians hovered over the laptop to read the results as they ate. Izuku had purposefully not reviewed the results, too worried it might tell him he was an absolute idiot. Shoyuta and Zashi exchanged a look which quickly dissolved into Shoyuta groaning loudly until his head hit the table. Oh god, it was true, Izuku was an idiot. He was going to be shipped off to. "Kid, please, can you stop making yourself more interesting to the rat? I'm going to go crazy. You're a certifiable genius and Netsu is going to lose his shit. I'll never get his claws off you. Ugh." "Wait, what? Certifiable genius?" Izuku blinked, his head tilting like a confused cat. Hisashi chuckled softly and took pity on him to explain. "Zuku, you're very smart, like smarter than both of us combined. At least book-wise. You're already on a college level in multiple subjects and upper high school level in the rest. Have you been tutored outside of middle school?" No. My teachers didn't really try and teach me. If I try too hard they tell me I'm cheating and fail me. So I just taught myself. Like, I just researched things in my own time and found books at the library and reputable resources online in the subjects that interested me, and even some that didn't. I even audited some college courses for free when I had free time." Shoyuta groaned again and put both arms over his head. The phone in his pocket started buzzing and he groaned even louder. Both Izuku and Hisashi were laughing so hard they had tears in their eyes. They all knew exactly who was calling and Shoyuta clearly didn't want to answer it. After the 5th ring, the underground hero snapped the phone on speaker and tossed it haphazardly on the table. "You're on speaker, rat." "Oh good. Izuku, it's so nice to meet you academically." Good to meet you too, sir." "Ha, sir. Oh please call me Netsu. Thank you for completing those tests. I'm sure the last few I sent were held back by your guardians." Shoyuta grumbled and growled in response to that. "As I thought. Anyway, this is perfect for now. I have officially decided you will be my private student from here until you graduate with your bachelor's degree. Given these tests, I estimate that it should be, perhaps 4 years from now if we work really hard." Wait. You think I can get my college degree in 4 years from now? I haven't even finished middle school yet." "Yes. It's exciting, isn't it? I also plan to have you get your Quirk counselor license and your hero license in that amount of time, though some of it will be fast-tracked given what you've already accomplished academically. I assume you will be more of an analytical hero like me, unless you would like to add some underground heroics." Shoyuta perked up slightly. Izuku didn't know what to say to that. What did he want? He knew he wanted to be a hero, but what kind of hero could he be now with his quirk? "I think maybe a mix of both would suit me best. Though more on the support side. Analysis and mission command type things. Does that make sense, Izuku?" "Yes, it does." "Excellent. Then perhaps we will tack on an extra 6 months to a year to the plan for some physical training, which I will leave to your guardians. We will start with our first meeting on Thursday. I can't wait to meet you in person." The phone clicked off before any of them could respond. No one spoke for a long minute as Izuku processed just what kind of madness they had gotten him into. After his food was sufficiently cold, he spoke. "I see what you mean now. I'm doomed." "Yeah, even more than you think. The rat likely already submitted the forms for your transfer and spoke to your school. Oh, that reminds me. Is there anything you need to pick up there?" Izuku blinked at Shoyuta. Why would he need to? He did have a few old notebooks in his locker he wanted. "Yeah, actually. I'll go tomorrow and pick up anything you list out. But I refuse to let you walk into that building ever again." Shuta's tone left no room for Izuku to argue. Shoyuta walked into the school in casual clothes. Just some black jeans and a long-sleeved black shirt. He did have his capture weapon on though, just in case. Aldera Middle School. Nedzu was already planning its downfall, but that would take time. For now, he ducked into the office and greeted the receptionist with a half smile. He had his phone recording in his pocket in case he caught any useful information for Nedzu, even if the rat had already legally pulled all the camera footage from Izuku's time here. Good morning. I'm Shoyuta Aizawa. I called earlier to let you know I was coming to clean out Izuku Midoriya's locker. Ah yes. You're his new guardian? We were so sorry to hear about his mother. The poor boy, I hope he's doing well. Shuta's face twitched. He could hear the fake sympathy in the woman's voice. It was disgustingly sweet and felt like nails on a chalkboard against the back of his skull. He's doing better now that he's in a safe environment. The woman didn't seem to know what to say to his condescending tone. She stuttered instead. Right then, could you show me to his locker? Of course. Follow me, please. She ducked her head and led him out of the office at a leisurely pace. Shoyuta did nothing to ease her tension. He was enjoying it too much. He stared violent daggers into the back of the woman's head and knew she could feel it, her shoulders hunching farther and farther forward as they walked down the hall. The bell rang and Shuta's eyes softened, not wanting any of the students to see his rage. It wasn't their fault they were in such a pathetic excuse for an education facility. They reached their destination just as students started to filter out of their classrooms, likely for lunch. Shoyuta had tried to get here when all the kids would be in their classes to make less of a scene, but apparently he was just a touch too early. The locker they arrived at was obviously Izuku's, and not in a good way. It was the most beat-up door in the whole row. There was graffiti scrawled across the whole thing, overlapping in many places. The largest of all read, Deku. Izuku had said that word a few times. If Shoyuta was right, it meant useless, or something akin to puppet. The secretary had the bare minimum decency to actually look at the locker, and not avoid it in guilt. This was their fault. They never stopped the abuse, the bullying. They were just as culpable. Shoyuta would make sure they'd get their due in time. He snapped a quick picture of the locker and motioned for her to open it as he glanced around at the cameras in the hallways. He was sure Nedzu had enough to bring this school down with just the footage he'd pulled. Shua refused to watch any of it after hearing the rat's voice over the phone after Nedzu had watched it himself. Some loud kid came barreling down the hallway shouting, "What the hell do you think you're doing with Deku's locker?" Wild blonde hair, a sour face, and an even worse attitude. Who was this? Bakugo, please go back to your lunch period. This doesn't concern you. If it concerns Deku, it concerns me, you old hag. Despite Shuta's dislike of this school and its staff, he did not condone a kid cussing out a teacher like that. Shoyuta grabbed the kid by the back of his collar, lifting him easily off the ground. Get the fuck off me, you hobo-looking asshole. Or what? You gonna cuss me out, too? You gonna cuss out a pro hero? You're on thin ice, kid. You graduate from words to actions and I might just arrest you. What I do with this locker isn't your business. This locker belongs to the child under my care. He dropped Bakugo. The kid stumbled and growled like an angry dog. Deku's not your kid. He's Auntie Inko's kid. You're lying. Shoyuta leaned back slightly. Auntie? Was this what had Izuku called him? Kakin? No, he couldn't make that assumption. He couldn't allow his rage to burn against a child he had no proof was anything more than a poorly raised brat. Especially since despite the violent attitude, the way he spoke, it was more like he was worried some stranger was going into Izuku's locker. It was protective in a very strange and angry way. He couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. Kid, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Inko Midoriya died 2 days ago. Izuku is staying with me. Who the hell are you and why is Deku with you? Why did no one tell my old hag of a mother? Auntie Inko was her best friend. Shoyuta sighed and pulled out his hero license, shoving it in the kid's face. Satisfied? He growled. The kid paled. Shoyuta rolled his eyes and opened the locker. The secretary had unlocked it a while ago. Shoyuta grabbed the 4 items Izuku requested, and turned around. You can trash the rest, Izuku doesn't want anything else. Is Deku not coming back to school? Bakugo's voice was calmer, though it still held just as much hostility. Certainly not to this abusive hellhole, no. He really shouldn't say stuff like that, but it was so hard to keep his opinions close to the vest when the abuse was staring him in the face. Bakugo interestingly backed up. Oh, wasn't that a clue? Shoyuta zeroed in, leaning towards Bakugo with his hands tucked in his pockets. Maybe he should make a few assumptions then. You know something, don't you, Bakugo, was it? Or should I call you Kakin? The kid's eyes blew wide, panic choking him. Shoyuta was right. This was the bully who told Izuku to kill himself. This was the bastard responsible for that horrible handprint on his kid's shoulder. Shuta's right eye twitched. He had to control himself. This was still a child. Even if he was a highly abusive one. How do you even know that name? Bakugo tried to sound scary, but the bite in his voice was gone. Shoyuta leaned in closer, mumbling so the secretary wouldn't hear him and his phone recording wouldn't pick up his voice. When I asked who left the handprint on his shoulder, he told me Kakin did it. He wouldn't tell me your real name. You should know he refuses to give up on you, on whatever shattered remains of a friendship you used to have. He says you can be a great hero. He did everything in his power to keep me from finding out who you were. He thinks you could learn or grow. I don't think you can. Because all I see when I look at you right now is the boy who told Izuku to jump off a roof. That's all I see, but maybe, just maybe, it won't be all you are. Shoyuta took a very long deep breath to calm himself. If he went any farther, he might reveal too much. No one needed to know what Izuku went through, what he did. He couldn't reveal the kid's quirk. Even if the look on Bakugo's face would have been savored forever, had he told the kid that Izuku had actually jumped. Oh, the revenge of that would have been sweeter than honey, but Shoyuta refused to harm Izuku like that. Bakugo had nothing to say, which was to his benefit anyway. Shoyuta likely couldn't have controlled himself if the kid lost his shit. Baking away, he tucked the notebooks under his arm and bowed his head to the secretary before walking back the way they'd come from the front door. It was only Tuesday, and Shoyuta was already exhausted. Hopefully, if that brat really wanted to be a hero, he applied to Shiketsu and not UA. But Shoyuta didn't have that kind of luck. Besides, there were still a few months before the entrance exams. For Izuku's sake, he would give Bakugo the benefit of the doubt and see if those words and Izuku's faith in him really could change anything. If anything would work, a come-to-Jesus moment from a pro-hero shoving the faith of a friend into him just might do the trick. Shoyuta came home to find Hisashi and Izuku bonding over the pieces of his new bookshelf which littered the floor of his room. It was a hilarious sight. Hisashi looked utterly confused while holding a few parts in his hand, and Izuku was studying the manual with his tongue sticking out. Shoyuta conspicuously snapped a picture with his phone and set the notebooks down. He had no plans to tell Izuku he'd met Bakugo. Got your notebooks, kid? Izuku looked up, jumping slightly as if he hadn't heard Shoyuta walk in. Honestly, with how deep into that manual the boy had been, he probably didn't hear him. Oh, thank you, Shoyuta. Did the school give you any trouble? Oh, this kid was perceptive. Shoyuta was trying to mask the anger behind his capture weapon, but it was clearly not working. No, just a stupid receptionist who tried to play the sympathy card. It pissed me off. That was very much the truth, just not the whole truth. It would have to do. Izuku frowned as he set aside the notebooks for once the shelf was done. Okay, so parts A and C go into slot B. I also need 4 screws which are part F and the Allen wrench. Got that? Hisashi groaned and held the parts out to Shoyuta, who snorted. I am horrible with this stuff, Zu. I can pick out all the lovely furniture in the world and feng shui your room to the nines, but I can't do this technical stuff. That's okay, Zashi. Shoyuta, do you have time? Of course. He leaned over so he could kiss Zashi's forehead, and then settled right between the man's legs. He was going to drill this shit into Zashi's head. Every time they bought furniture he tried. Sadly, the information hadn't stuck just yet. Izuku was sweaty and tired by the time they finished installing the bookshelf in his room. It was huge, but in all reality, half of it was taken up by the notebooks he'd already made. He organized them by date and then set aside the ones he most wanted to code first. The more dangerous ones that had more genuine information. Most of the ones from his childhood were pretty safe, but Shoyuta had said he wanted to check them first before they deemed them hazard-free. He was vaguely worried Shoyuta had seen more than he let on at the school, and that thought wouldn't escape his mind, no matter how hard he tried to look past it. The way Shoyuta had been trying so hard to hide his anger when he looked at Izuku. Granted, it wasn't anger directed at Izuku. No, it was directed to his left, to his shoulder. The scar on his shoulder most likely. That didn't sit well with Izuku. Maybe Shoyuta had just been thinking about it since he was at the school where Izuku was hurt? Yeah, that was probably all it was. Izuku. Hisashi called from the kitchen. Come help me with dinner, please. Coming. Izuku went into the kitchen expecting to find Shoyuta at the table working like usual before dinner, but today he was nowhere to be found. Hisashi was in his apron, putting some rice into the rice cooker. Sho had to run out, it was time for his evaluations. Could you cut up the meat and veggies while I work on the sauce? Of course, Sashi. Izuku happily skipped to the counter to wash his hands and start preparing the meat and veggies for their dinner. It looked like some kind of stir-fry over rice. Today had been a good day, and Izuku was getting used to the idea of having good days, that those were normal. Even with tough emotions and hard talks, these had still been the best few days of his whole life since his quirkless diagnosis. So what's your favorite food, Zu? Katsudon. Mom used to make it all the time when I was little. Auntie Mitsuki also made some amazing katsudon, but it was always too spicy for my liking. Kaken loved it though. Hisashi looked thoughtful at the statement. Izuku didn't know if that was good or bad. Would you like katsudon for dinner tomorrow? I think we have everything we need here. We had gotten pork cutlets for a recipe Shoyuta wanted to try, but we can always try that another day. Oh no, that's fine. If you already have food plans, I don't want to mess them up. Izuku slid the cut-up meat into a bowl and washed off the cutting board to start on the veggies. Izuku, I only meant to say we had them on hand so we could use them. We want you to enjoy your time here. If katsudon is your favorite meal, then I want to make it often. Maybe not enough that you get sick of it, but I do want you to have the things you like. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sashi. The blonde hummed beside him as he stirred the sauce he was making in a pot on the stove. Izuku wanted to bond more with Hisashi. It felt easier to do so with Shoyuta, but perhaps that was because Shoyuta had been the hero who saved him, even if he'd failed at first. He'd still been the one there when Izuku woke up and felt like his skin didn't fit right. He'd held Izuku when he sobbed at the realization of his quirk. He'd helped clean all the blood off Izuku's body. He never once pitted any of the scars. He didn't feel like he knew Sashi that well in comparison. What do you do outside of hero work and your radio show? Like hobbies? Oh, well, I love cooking and reading. I have dozens of books floating around the house. I also like to garden. I don't think we've shown you the backyard yet, have we? No, I haven't seen it. Well, you're in luck. I need a few herbs. Come with me. Sashi walked them out the side door of the kitchen, which led to a small backyard with a high fence. It was perfect for maybe one kid and a dog. Off to the side was a raised box garden with every herb you could imagine and a whole heap of veggies. There were even a couple fruit trees in the corners of the yard. Izuku loved it. Whoa, this is really amazing, Sashi. You think? I love it. It's my happy place. Izuku jogged over and wrapped his arms around Sashi's waist, hugging him tightly. Hisashi laughed a little. What's this all about, little listener? I was thinking how I didn't feel like I knew you too well. Shoyuta was there when I jumped, so it's sort of, He knew what he was trying to say, but the words felt weird, or maybe like Hisashi would judge him for saying them. It's okay, Zu. Something like that is intimate. A lot of people ironically call it trauma bonding, but that's actually what it is. When people go through something traumatic together, they bond in a way that's hard for others to understand. He was there for you at your lowest and you feel close to him because of it, yes. Izuku nodded against Sashi's waist, tilting his head up to look at his guardian. Sashi ran a hand through his long green curls and smiled softly. It's okay if it takes you and I a little longer to get to know each other. You can ask me anything, okay? Let's get back inside, I don't want the sauce to burn. Izuku waited for him to grab the herbs he needed and they both went back inside. Shoyuta was actually just walking in the door when they came through the sliding glass door to the yard. Ah, there you are. I was wondering who left the stove on. The smirk on his face made Izuku think he was teasing Zashi. The blonde ran over to the stove, mumbling about burnt teriyaki sauce and it being Shuta's fault. Izuku snorted and went back to cutting up the veggies. Shoyuta settled in at the kitchen table and took out his laptop to work on whatever case he'd been working on for the last few days. So, did you pass? Izuku asked tentatively after a few minutes. Oh yeah. I'll be back on duty Thursday night. Back to school on Friday. The commission knows some things about the situation with you, so my regional director was kind enough to honor Netsu's decision to give me most of the week off. If you ask me, I think they're only being so kind because they're hiding something in regard to your mother. Izuku set the knife in his hand down with a clattering thud. Aizu. Shoyuta stood up. Izuku could hear the chair faintly scratching the floor. You. He turned. I'm not the only one who thinks that? Of course not, Izuku. Zashi sighed. We've been dealing with the commission for a long time. It's always shady when they get generous. It's rare and it's shady. Netsu is looking into it, but if it's bad enough, even he won't be able to crack their cover. We'll figure it out, kid. Or at least we'll figure something out. Thank you. Izuku turned back to the veggies and finished cutting them up. He could feel his guardian's eyes on the back of his head. Normally he'd be crying at a time like this. Maybe that's what they expected. But Izuku couldn't bring himself to cry over his mother anymore. He'd cried his heart empty over her, and he had nothing left to give that woman. She was gone anyway, so it didn't matter. He just wanted some kind of closure, maybe, or at least an answer as to what happened to her. Thursday came quickly and Izuku wasn't sure he was fully prepared to meet the famous Netsu of UA. Hell, he was about to walk onto the UA campus, and he knew it wouldn't be the last time he visited. Netsu was his private teacher. He was Netsu's personal student. Netsu had a 4.5, maybe 5-year plan for Izuku's success. That whole plan had been emailed to them all yesterday. It was scarily detailed and Izuku really hoped he could actually accomplish all of the tasks set before him. He had full faith in Netsu's teaching, but not so much his own learning. Even with his guardian's backing, he still sometimes heard the voices of his old teachers calling him an idiot and a null Brian. Shaking those thoughts from his head, he looked up to Shoyuta and Zashi with a smile. With one nod, they all walked through the gates of UA together. This felt like the first real family action of his life. This was his family now. The thought brought a huge smile to Izuku's face. The place was gigantic, even bigger when he was standing at the foot of the class building. The campus itself was enormous, the size of a small city. Last year, they turned the place into a boarding school, but it wasn't required for the students. It helped a lot of their long-distance students and overseas exchange students out a ton, though. UA was the only boarding hero school in the country, so they tended to get all the long-distance kids. Being early morning on a school day, a few students mulled about in the courtyard, likely those with a free period, though some were actually doing work under the shade of the courtyard trees. A few kids even greeted Shoyuta and Zashi by their last names. That was weird to Izuku. He didn't even remember Zashi's last name until just now. What should I call you guys while I'm on campus? You can call us whatever you want. You're not a UA student, you don't have to obey the decorum, just the basic behavioral rules. Netsu should go over that when we meet with him. Zashi is being polite. Call us what you've been calling us. We like to give our students a freight every now and then. Shoyuta winked. Freak him out if they think we'll blow up on you. Then scare them when we don't. It's harmless fun. Shoo, stop it. Don't be mean to the listeners. Izuku chuckled. Netsu's office was on the top floor, which meant an elevator ride and a long hallway to walk down. When they arrived, the door opened before they even got close enough to touch it. It sprung open with a mechanical hiss and out popped. Hello. Am I a bear? Am I a mouse? Am I a dog? No, I'm Dash. A chimera. Izuku finished with glee. Hello, Principal Netsu. Netsu chuckled and offered his paw to Izuku, which Izuku happily took. Fascinating. No one guesses that on the first try. I'm going to assume your guardians told you. No. They only call you the rat around me. Shoyuta choked on the coffee that had magically appeared in his hand. Hizashi looked scandalized. Oh shit, was he not supposed to say that? I'm sure they do so lovingly. Netsu mused. Shoyuta and Zashi exchanged a look that said, we're dead. Izuku knew that look well. Netsu didn't seem upset by the news at least. Izuku, come sit. Let's talk about your new status here. Shoyuta gestured for him to follow the rat's direction, so he did. Izuku sat down on the couch across from Netsu. There was already hot tea on the table, 3 cups on one side and Netsu's on the other. Izuku knew from the hero listings that tea was one of Netsu's favorite things. Izuku shared that love. Netsu gestured to the tea and Izuku bowed his head before taking the cup and mumbling a quiet thank you. So, you will officially be enrolled under me as a student, which technically lists you as an adjunct student here at UA since that's where my licenses are attached. However, you will not be a formal student of UA. You won't be on their schedule, nor will you be in their uniform or their dorms. Next year we're starting mandatory dorm housing, but you will be living with your guardians in the teachers' dorms. Is that acceptable? Oh, I didn't know. But yes, of course. We were waiting until the announcement was made to tell you. Sorry, Zu. No, it's okay, Zashi. I wouldn't mind spending more time here. It's like its own world away from the public. I prefer that. Understatement of the year. Shoyuta agreed. Good. Then as a quick note, you won't be required to follow any of the school's decorum or uniform policies, however. You do have to follow the basic code of conduct and student behavioral guidelines. Just so it's fair. Otherwise, you report only to me. If you have any issues with any students or teachers, you either tell your guardians or you come to me. You will have full access to the campus to use all our facilities as you need, but you will be spending most of your time with me. Wow, that's a lot. Well, you're a very special student, so let's go over the curriculum a little, yes? Izuku nodded, pulling out his laptop quickly. He'd already made a whole document of notes regarding the classes he'd be taking, which had both scared and impressed his guardians. It was a cumulative doc shared with them and Netsu, who had already made several comments on the document. You will be taking your basic courses like Japanese, English, math, and science online. Those are standard, however, given your skill level with each. Our teachers can't really accommodate you, so those will be supplemental courses you can do at your own pace, which I feel you will complete rather quickly. Izuku nodded, typing away as Netsu spoke. Then you will have quirk analysis, civil and heroic law, and a special class I like to call world domination in a nutshell. With me. Oi! Shoyuta barked. We agreed that would be for his 3rd year. You misunderstand. That's the overall course name, not the subject each year. Calm down, Shoyuta. Can you not turn Izuku into a world-ending force of nature until I retire, please? My sanity can only handle one of you, Netsu. Izuku was trying so hard to stifle his laughter, and Hizashi didn't look much better off. He was hiding his smirk behind his teacup. Yes. Understood. So, then lastly, you will have foundational heroics with Shoyuta. Though, if he chooses to have you join his class or do private lessons is up to him. I would suggest a mix of the two so Izuku can get some teamwork skills in with other people his age. Izuku thought he heard people his age who haven't caused him harm in the past mumbled at the end, but maybe he imagined it. Netsu was drinking tea, it was hard to tell. Squinting, he went back to note-taking. I'll probably do a mix, plus some weekend lessons where Zashi can join in. He has a different perspective being a Twilight hero that I think would help Izuku out. Oh, excellent. Izuku smiled at Zashi behind Shuta's head, and his guardian smiled back with a thumbs up. Right then, Netsu went on. I decided for today we will just go over your online courses briefly and have you work on those for a couple weeks and see how far you can get. If you can finish the rest of the work required to graduate middle school, we can get a jump start on your high school work before the break hits. You want him to finish 4 months of work in the next couple weeks? Zashi asked. That's pushing him a bit hard, isn't it? He also has therapy starting and more doctor's visits. Shoyuta, calm down. I think we both know the boy is brilliant and highly capable. Let's see how he does. It's not a requirement, and I'm not pushing him to make it mandatory. I'm asking him to see how far he gets and offer an incentive if he does so, and does it well. I can do it. Izuku interjected. Well, I can do my best and see how far I get. I won't push myself too hard. Promise. My health comes first. But I want to try. Shoyuta sighed. Fine. But if I think you're pushing yourself or you lose sleep, I'm taking your laptop away. Got it. Excellent. Now then, don't forget you all need to move onto campus in 5 months, but you're more than welcome to start moving things in slowly now if you want. The teacher's dorm was finished last weekend and it's ready to go. What I hear you saying is that it'd be easier to have access to Izuku if we moved in sooner. Oh sure, that too. Nezu was pretending to be blasé about it, but Izuku could hear the excitement in his voice. Man, his guardians were right. Once Nezu got his claws into something, he didn't let go. Should Izuku be more concerned right now? Probably. All he really wanted to do was jump into his schoolwork and finish middle school once and for all so he could move on with his life. Lastly, Izuku, we will be doing Quirk counseling together. Your guardians have entrusted me with that task. Now, we will be working carefully around your Quirk, but I want to forewarn you that we may have to tread some murky waters. Are you prepared to do that? You mean I might need to die again? He didn't ask. He knew what Nezu was saying. Yes. Think so. I know I need to learn what my Quirk can do, how it affects me, how it will impact my life moving forwards. It's scary and I don't want to die, but the doctor confirmed it's a resurrection Quirk, so, I should be safe. Shoyuta didn't finish. Nezu's paw was up to stop him. I promised I would be careful and do my best to avoid that option, yes. However, we all know what his Quirk is. Unfortunately, the best way to test it is to activate it. That isn't step 1. That's step 15. So please don't get upset with me yet. Hizashi took Shuta's hands and Izuku watched them have a conversation with just their eyes for a long minute. Finally, Hizashi nodded to Nezu while Shoyuta just shook his head. That was about as much agreement as they were going to give, it seemed. By Sunday night, Izuku had a plan to finish all of his middle school work in under a month, hopefully under 3 weeks if he worked hard. He decided to tell Shoyuta and Zashi at dinner that evening. He'd had his first therapy session on Friday afternoon. It went well. He liked Hound Dog, but it was hard to face a lot of the things he discussed in therapy. It was difficult to be forced to face all the wrongs that had been done to him, and accept that he was hurting as a result. He wasn't broken. Hound Dog was very adamant about this. Not broken, just wounded. Monday they'd returned to the doctor, and got the stamp of approval that Izuku was well on his way to better health. His weight and blood numbers were up. No Quirk side effects besides the initial exhaustion. The doctor was happy, but they were still keeping him on a strict diet to improve his nutrition. All in all, it was a productive weekend and Izuku felt empowered. Nezu and him had an active chat going on the school's communication server, and were constantly trading information and ideas about his mother's case, as well as the case Nezu was building against Aldera Middle School. He'd also sent Izuku a few random cases to analyze when he had free time, and it really helped Izuku feel alive again. It didn't take long to realize that one of the reasons he'd been so damn dead inside was just the lack of education and mental challenges. Shoyuta and Zashi were quick to notice the change in his demeanor, and commented on it a couple times. He only told them he was really enjoying his lessons with Nezu, not really knowing what else to say on the subject, or being too embarrassed to tell them what it really felt like. The next week was a flurry of activity. They'd agreed to move into the teachers' dorms, along with a few other teachers who wanted to get the move over and done with before finals week and the break. They wanted to spend their break relaxing since the next semester meant new first years for everyone. Izuku had met Midnight, Cementos, Powerloader, and Vlad King. He was dying to analyze all of them. Apparently there was a new teacher joining the staff this year, but the rat, Izuku had started calling him this in his head, was holding the information hostage regarding who it was, even from Izuku. By the end of that week, almost the whole staff plus Izuku were moved into the dorms. Another week went by and they managed to sell Izuku's mother's apartment finally. They also had the money talk and put the commission money, plus what they earned from selling all his limited edition All Might merch, into a bank account for Izuku, which sent alerts to his guardian's phones when he spent money since he was still a minor. He had no plans to use it anyway. Izuku had debated giving the funds to charity, but that felt dirty in some way. That was hush money. Izuku didn't want to pawn it off on some unsuspecting charity. So, for now it would sit in a bank account and accrue interest. Besides, it was a damn good nest egg for his future. His lessons with Nezu were picking up speed now that he'd been cleared physically, and Hound Dog was keeping careful watch of his mental state. Shoyuta and Hizashi were like guard dogs over his eating and sleeping habits, making sure he didn't skip meals or lose any sleep. At first, they'd been taking his laptop away at bedtime, but eventually he found a pattern of work and sleep that fit him, and he'd usually shut off his laptop around 9 p.m. and be asleep by 10 p.m. That meant he was usually up by 5 a.m. Shoyuta did not find this impressive. Hizashi did, though. Apparently, Izuku took after the other sunshine in the house, which only made sense. Izuku didn't see Shoyuta and Hizashi much the following weeks as finals drew closer for the UA students. The UA entrance exams were coming up, too. Izuku was so relieved he didn't have to worry about that, but he also felt slightly bad that he'd somehow got this amazing opportunity when every other kid had to fight to get in literally. When he told Nezu his feelings, the rat had told him he was being silly. He was brilliant and a standard heroics track would be boring, and wouldn't offer much challenge mentally. While it might challenge him physically, that's not the path Izuku wanted. He wasn't built to be a limelight hero and didn't really want to waste his true passions like that. Nezu always seemed to know the right thing to say. Izuku felt like his whole life was changing so fast. He was making strides with his education. They were apparently ahead of Nezu's timetables, and while that didn't scare him, it did bring him immense pride. Nezu's work challenged Izuku, and it was quickly making him rethink everything he'd ever been put through or been forced to believe. Of course, Shoyuta and Hizashi were also helping in that regard. Every affirmation and reassurance solidified Izuku's quickly shifting demeanor. He was gaining confidence he never knew he had. He learned that curse words fit on his tongue just right, but placations felt sour. Hizashi hated this newfound language, but Shoyuta only smirked every time Izuku said, shit, or damn it. The one time he'd said, fuck, when he stubbed his toe on a table, Shoyuta scolded him half-heartedly about language. Overall, Izuku was happy and he felt at home. The staff had taken him in like family and Midnight was now Auntie Nem. Vlad King was Uncle Vlad. Nezu was fast becoming Rat God, which was apparently an inside joke among the staff that made Izuku giggle. By the end of the 4 months he originally had left of middle school, he was already halfway to getting his Quirk counseling license, which Nezu had wanted to focus on first since it was Izuku's strongest skill, his analysis. After a few advanced placement tests, he was able to skip a good chunk of the coursework which kick-started their plan. They'd done small mental work on his Quirk, exploring with hypnotism under Hound Dog's watchful eye. Nothing had come of it, though, and they were back to square one. The more things they tried with his Quirk, the more it was becoming clear he was going to have to die again. Shoyuta and Hizashi were still adamantly against it. Izuku was on the fence. Izuku's guardians had agreed to tell the other UA teachers about Izuku's Quirk since Nezu and Izuku thought more ideas might help, but everyone seemed against letting anyone lay a finger on Izuku. He understood, but he also wanted to learn about his Quirk desperately. So, that left his Quirk lessons in a standstill while they focused on his license and general education. Chapter 5. Death over and over, but life is too sweet to leave. Shoyuta, Zashi, please. Izuku begged, both hands clasped together in front of his face. He'd been arguing with them all afternoon and he was sure they were about to break. Izuku, stop. I'm not letting Nezu kill you to test your Quirk, Shoyuta shouted. He doesn't have to kill me. I can dash. If you finish that sentence, you will be grounded with no schoolwork for a week. Izuku's guardians had learned pretty quickly that the only real way to punish Izuku was to take away his education or his notebooks. It made zero sense to them, and Izuku knew they felt wrong saying it, but it was the only thing that gave Izuku real joy, and it was one of the only things he filled his free time doing. It was the only thing they could take away for now. One day last month he'd gotten into a fight with Zashi over something Nezu had taught him. Zashi thought he was too young to know how to hack into the government. Izuku disagreed. Well, he'd lost his lessons for 3 days for calling Zashi a jerk. He was lucky something worse hadn't slipped out of his mouth. Netsu surprisingly agreed with this method of punishment. He knew his lessons were not orthodox, and that Izuku was likely to go through some personality changes as he adjusted to becoming an all-powerful godlike being. Netsu's words, not his. So, the 2 times it had happened, Netsu just laughed it off and left Izuku to stew until his little punishments were over. Fine. I won't finish that sentence if you let me actually work on my quirk. I have to learn to control it. What do you think you can control, Zu? Zashi sighed. Izuku knew they were both tired of hearing this argument and Izuku was tired of having it too. But he needed to actually figure out his quirk. If he didn't, he couldn't ever feel safe in his own skin. Like some snapdragon might reach out and attack him at any moment. What if a villain got him? He needed to have control. Netsu thinks we can control how long I take to revive. If that's the case, I could have better control over who found out about my quirk. In what way? Well, if a villain got me and did fatal damage, I could hopefully control my death and revival rate. I could halt the process and then wait until I was rescued or got back up to revive. The goal is to protect me and my quirk status for as long as possible. Secondarily, if I was in a situation that wasn't safe to revive in like a poisonous gas cloud or something, I could hold myself in suspended animation until help got to me. In the reverse, I could also use it multiple times in order to safely traverse in a place like that and stop the gas leak as an example. Hizashi worried on his bottom lip and looked at Shoyuta. Izuku rocked back and forth on his feet, trying to be patient with his parents. That was another new revelation. After being with Shoyuta and Zashi for 4 months, he was now calling them his parents, but only in his head. He hadn't yet told them how he felt or what his heart was telling him felt right. Partially because he still considered this a temporary situation. That was now temporary until he graduated from Netsu's teaching. At least that's what Izuku believed. He'd just silently call them his dads in his head and be happy as things were. He glanced back up at Shoyuta and Zashi to find them doing their silent eyes-only conversation. It was a code Izuku believed he would never crack. How they managed to just filter the words between their eyes like they could read each other's mind. Hell, maybe they could. In this crazy world of quirks, maybe they found someone who had linked their minds? Izuku tried not to think of that implication. Fine. Shoyuta snapped, looking away from Hizashi and instead to Izuku. But you will listen to our conditions before you jump to excitement. Got it? Izuku was desperately trying to hold back his desire to jump around and shout for joy. Well, joy was the wrong word, more like intellectual progress. He had to wait. He had to be patient and hear them out. This time Hizashi spoke up. You will only do this under our supervision. Both of us. Also, as much as it's going to absolutely pain us, no one will be allowed to activate your quirk but the 3 of us in this room. Izuku could tell Zashi was trying desperately not to cry. Realistically, Izuku knew activating his quirk, as they were calling it, was going to hurt them all. It wouldn't be pleasant. It was going to suck miserably, and they were all going to suffer emotionally. But it had to be done. Izuku was trying to approach this with as much care as he could, but he was also still a bratty teen who had just been handed the keys to the kingdom in way of learning and resources. That's reasonable. Believe me, I have zero desire to actually die. I don't want to feel that again. But I want to make sure that I can control my quirk as much as possible to keep me safe. It's a shitty curse. No, not curse, sorry, I'm trying. It's an unlucky quirk to get, but I have to master it. His dads were trying very hard to rid his mind of the curse mentality. They'd managed to get the quirkist bullshit that had been beaten into his brain all his life eradicated for the most part. But he was still pretty sore over the whole getting a surprise quirk by attempting suicide thing. The last stipulation is that Hound Dog should either be there for these tests, or you will see him at the next possible opportunity to discuss the quirk tests. We were warned by the doctor that this could affect your mental health. He mentioned it could either drive you to self-sacrifice and flippant disregard for your life, or make you even more suicidal than you were the first time you fell. Recently, since they'd started talking about his quirk more, Shoyuta had refused to call it a jump. Pissed Izuku off. His fists clenched at his sides as he tried to keep it in. But it was hard this time. After everything they just agreed to, they still refused to face this truth. Can you not call it that, please? Excuse me. Shoyuta arched his brow. A fall. You keep calling it a fall. It wasn't a fall, Shoyuta. I jumped. If you're going to prevent me from disregarding my life, then please just call it what it is. I tried to kill myself. It doesn't matter that I've been cleared mentally since then. It doesn't matter if I didn't want to die even in the moment I did jump. It feels like you're trivializing it or that you can't accept who I was or am or... I don't know. It hurts when you just call it a fall. Shuta's eyes had been getting wider with every passing second Izuku spoke. He hadn't really cried or sobbed in months, but right now he was fighting the urge to break down. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I never meant to trivialize your attempted suicide. This isn't an excuse, but please understand that it did hurt me, too. I couldn't catch you. I couldn't stop you. Having to go through this again? It's hard. But I know it's necessary. So please just give me time to adjust, okay? I'll face it head on, I promise. Izuku lurched forward, wrapping his arms around Shuta's neck tightly. Shoyuta hugged him back. Izuku spoke without thinking. Thank you, Dad. Shoyuta froze under him and Izuku realized his mistake. Quickly he pulled back and waved his hands in front of his chest. Shit, sorry. I meant it, but I know that I'm not. I'm not your... so anyway. Zuku. Hizashi put a hand on his back. He flinched for the first time in a couple months. Izuku, honey, if you want to call Shoyuta Dad, that's perfectly fine. Once he gets over his excited shock, I'm sure he will say the same. Speaking of, Izuku watched Shoyuta shake his head and clear his throat to come back to reality. It's very much okay, yes. He held open his arms again and Izuku dove into them. Did this mean they wanted to keep him? They wouldn't let him call them dads if they didn't, right? Izuku really hoped. Looking to the left, Izuku saw Zashi holding a hand to his smiling mouth. Izuku held out one hand in offering. Papa. Zashi squeaked and jumped right out of his chair to tackle and hug both of them. Shoyuta chuckled a little in his position, being squished against his chair by his family. Izuku was more than happy to be squished and to squish in return. Hizashi gently stroked a hand through Izuku's curls. They had grown really long in the last few months. He had to tie them up constantly just to keep them out of his face, but he preferred his hair long anyway. It seemed to be a family trait at this point. He kept the curls tied up enough they were out of his face, but he did leave a few down to hide at least part of the scar that still cut across his temple. The new school year is starting soon, right? Izuku asked. Yeah, why? Shoyuta tilted his head. Well, Netsu was debating having me be a teaching assistant a few days a week. He hasn't decided yet because he is still working on setting up that new teacher that he still won't tell me about. Hizashi sighed. He won't tell you because we asked him not to. We wanted to talk to you first. Wait, what? Well, when we first took you in, that night we went to your apartment. Your room was full of hero merch, but then you said that All Might wasn't your hero anymore and, well, Shoyuta and I knew there was a story there. So we let it be. What does that have to do with? Oh no. No. Don't tell me it's All Might. Izuku pulled back from both his parents. His parents. Gods, that sounded so much better now that he could call them dads out loud. But he was so not okay with this news at the moment. Shoyuta sighed, leaning forward with a shrug. That confirmed it then. Really, Dad? You're okay with this? Kid, I don't have a say. Yeah, that guy's an idiot. I've never been much of a fan, but it's the commission who assigned him to UA. That just means we should trust it less. Izuku cried, pacing the room. He's not a bad hero, I guess. My own personal reasons are just that, personal. But if the commission has put him here, I don't trust it one bit. Zu, sweetie, can you please tell us why your opinion of him changed? Izuku groaned loudly. Fine. Fucking fine, he could do this. He could. He could talk about the second worst day of his life, sure. Izuku took a breath. Remember that sludge villain incident a year or so ago? Both Hizashi and Shoyuta answered with an affirmative. Well, before the reported incident with Kaken, The sludge villain caught me first, in an underpass when All Might was chasing him through the sewers. All Might saved me, and you know he was my biggest hero at the time. I had to ask him. I had to. So I gripped onto his leg when he tried to jump away. He freaked out and landed on a rooftop, and I asked him if I could be a hero when I was quirkless. Shoyuta looked off to the living room window and Hisashi pinched the bridge of his nose. Do we want to know what he said? Shoyuta asked. Izuku grit his teeth. The memory of those words burned in his chest like an infected wound that had never healed quite right. He gripped a few fingers into his shirt and twisted it. He said no. He said my dream wasn't realistic. That I should be a police officer or something. Then he showed me this giant injury that cut half his left side out and said it was just too dangerous to be a hero without a quirk. Then he left. He left? He left you on a roof? By yourself? Yep. What the fuck? Both Shoyuta and Izuku stared at Hisashi, startled. He rarely cussed and he never used the F word. Neither of them seemed to know what to say to that exclamation, so they just didn't speak. He left you, a 13-year-old kid, on a roof by yourself, after you were just attacked by a villain, and after he crushed your dreams? Just making sure I have this right. Yeah, that sums it up, Izuku said hesitantly. Hisashi stood up and started walking towards the door. Shoyuta looked confused. Izuku took that as bad news. Where are you going, Papa? To buy alcohol or commit a felony. I'll decide in the car. Shuta's capture weapon was around Zashi's waist in an instant. Izuku dashed in front of his blonde dad and waved his hands. Please don't go off and kill All Might. I really think that's a bad idea. Oh, is it? He crushed my baby's dreams. He deserves far more than just a simple death. No. I am going to burn down his whole career with Netsu's help, then trample on his legacy, and then I'll kill him. Shoida, let me go this instant. Not happening, Zashi. I love you too much to let you end up in Tartarus for killing All Might. Izuku needs us both. Visitation rights don't count. Hisashi slumped, sighing deeply. Well, that was progress, right? Izuku approached slowly with his head tilted to the side in a bit of worried fashion. It's okay, Zashi. It was a year ago. I've grown past it. He put his hands up when Zashi seemed ready to argue. That doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. It does. It might always hurt. But I'm not angry about it anymore. I may be a bit bitter, but I'm not angry. I get why you kept the new teacher from me, and I appreciate you both trying to ease me into it. Izuku's words calmed his blonde dad down enough that Shoyuta released his capture weapon. Hisashi reached out for a hug and Izuku was more than happy to oblige. Papa's hugs were the best, the warmest. The knock to the door startled them all. Hey, what's all the screaming about? Auntie Nem, always the loving worrier. She must have heard Papa losing his shit and came running. Zashi wants to kill All Might. Doors open. Shoyuta called back. Why would you tell her that, Sho? Zashi flopped his hands in the air in exasperation. Why are we killing All Might? Namiri opened the door, looking ready to fight a bitch, or just All Might. Same thing, really. Izuku coughed at his own line of thinking. He crushed our baby's dreams. That's why. Hisashi clutched Izuku to his chest and Izuku yelped in surprise. Your baby? Did you guys sign the papers without me? Izuku heard the slap of Shuta's hand on his forehead before he saw the bright red print on the man's skin. Well, now you ruined the surprise, Nem. Wait, what? Izuku looked up at Hisashi. What surprise? Nothing, never mind. Namiri shouted. I'm gonna go, just don't leave me behind if you go kill All Might. We'll take my car. Jesus Christ. Shoyuta mumbled. Izuku had zero idea what was even going on anymore. What papers were his parents signing? Why did Auntie Nem want in on killing All Might? He was too confused for his own good. Too many questions meant too little sleep because too much thinking. Izuku sighed, just enjoying the hug he was wrapped up in. He'd think about it later. Shoyuta hated this. Absolutely 100% despised this whole idea. Shoyuta, Hisashi, Hound Dog, Netsu, and Izuku were all piled into the smallest gym on campus. Gym Iota. It was big enough for about 4 pairs of students to practice hand-to-hand at once. It was also the oldest gym, one they had never refurbished. That was purposeful. This gym was only for quirkless combat and hand-to-hand. It never really saw any action to begin with. Hound Dog was off to the side talking to Izuku. Nezu was pacing in thought, one paw on his chin. Hizashi was still pissed about the All Might discussion last night and pouting in the corner. He'd come around in a few minutes once Izuku actually needed them. "Can you do this, Shoyuta?" Nezu startled him out of his thoughts. "What? Can you do this? I know you and Zashi have stipulated that only you two and Izuku will be able to activate his quirk. Can you actually do it? Because we need to recognize this for what it is. We're killing him. It's not just a healing quirk. He dies and he revives. This is genuine. Can you face that?" Shoyuta pursed his lips, sucking air in a hiss through his lips. That was a damn good question. He glanced over at Izuku, who was having an animated conversation with his therapist. He didn't seem excited. He seemed curious and hopeful for knowledge, perhaps. That was a good mindset to be in, he supposed. "We had a talk. I can do it." For Izuku, he would. The kid was right. As much as Shoyuta hated it, he had to control his quirk. If he didn't, he'd be putting himself and his peers at risk in the future. It still burned a hole in his chest to think about what he was about to do to his son. He nodded once and Nezu walked away to fetch Izuku. "All right, are we ready to get started?" Nezu asked. Hizashi came over, looking calmer, and gripped Shuta's arm. "It's okay, Zashi. We know he needs this. Scary. It's painful, but we'll get through it. We're going to couples counseling after this, though." Agreed. Zashi stepped back to the wall to observe. Izuku walked over to Shoyuta and smiled faintly. Shoyuta wanted to smile back so badly, to reassure his kid that everything would be fine. But he didn't know how. This was not an ideal situation. Shoyuta assumed it would get easier as time went on, but that scared him more. That he might get used to this. "Izuku." "Yes, Nezu. I want you to first try and retain your consciousness. We know that the first time you said you were just gone absent. Try and retain your mental faculties while you are gone, so to speak." "Okay. Ready, Dad?" "Absolutely not. Let's get this over with." Izuku nodded and turned to face away from him. They talked about this beforehand. The quickest and least painful way was for Shoyuta to snap Izuku's neck. To break his son's neck. The fear of his quirk not activating, not saving him, not reviving him. It sent shivers down his spine. He was so scared to hurt Izuku. So many hands had already left so many scars on him. He didn't deserve another one. He didn't deserve even a single fingerprint on his body ever again. Shoyuta held back his tears to the best of his ability and stepped up behind Izuku, wrapping one arm around the boy's neck, the other upright in a stranglehold. Neither of them spoke. There was too much and nothing to say all at once. He wanted to apologize, but he knew that would anger Izuku. He wanted to say that he'd always be here for Izuku, that he'd keep him safe. But how could he say that when he was about to snap the boy's neck? Shoyuta glanced over to Nezu, who was sitting in a small chair they brought, along with a few pieces of recording and measuring equipment designed for quirk testing on a table nearby. Shoyuta understood none of it. Nezu nodded. Izuku's neck snapped 3 seconds later. Shoyuta cradled his son's lifeless body to his chest, sadness and anger immediately gripping him like a vice as tears dribbled down his face. He gasped for air. Hizashi was at his side, wrapping them both up from behind. Shoyuta cried horribly, openly. He just let every little bit of pain from watching Izuku jump to his death the first time fill him and spill over with the pain of what he just did. It took 3 whole minutes, 3 agonizing minutes, but finally that blessedly grotesque sound of bones crunching came and Izuku gasped for air as his eyes snapped open. Shoyuta buried his face in Izuku's shoulder, trying to stop the sobs so Izuku wouldn't see him breaking down. He knew Izuku figured this would happen, but that didn't mean he had to see it happen. "Hey Dad, it's okay. I'm okay. Promise. It didn't hurt. You didn't hurt me." Those last 4 words soothed his soul like a balm to a burn. His breathing eased and his arm muscles relaxed just enough to let Izuku get some much-needed air. Nezu was furiously writing and taking notes from the measurement devices on the table next to him while mumbling to himself. Hound Dog was also taking notes. "Izuku, what did you feel?" Nezu asked. Shoyuta was just about to tell the rat to give the kid a fucking minute, but he saw the look in the chimera's eyes and knew it was useless to argue with him right now. Well, now that I'm aware of it being a quirk, it feels less foreign. Like, I could feel myself floating in this darkness, and I think I took longer to revive this time because I was so focused on trying to find my consciousness inside the void. It's hard to explain. I was myself but also not myself. Above me and inside me? Ugh. My head hurts trying to explain it. No, that's good. I have a theory about that feeling. Perhaps what's happening is your soul actually does leave your body, but it's still tied to you. If we can get that connection to clarify, perhaps you will be able to see with your soul while under the death state. Is that what we're calling it, Nezu? Izuku asked. Death state. Seems fitting, doesn't it? I guess so. His kid shrugged, carefully trying to extract himself from Shuta's grip. Shoyuta squeezed him one last time before letting him go. Izuku yawned. The exhaustion was kicking in slowly. He wondered how long Izuku would last this time. Very well, Shoyuta, please do it again. What? Shoyuta shouted at the rat, rage filling his gut quickly. You didn't expect this to be a one-and-done test, did you? How do you practice your quirk, Shoyuta? Nezu got off his chair, tucking his paws behind him as he paced. You use it over and over. You force yourself to push harder so you can go longer so you can cancel more quirks. You work for it. Izuku has to work for it. His peers will have had over 10 years to practice their quirks. He's had 2 activations of his quirk. He's far behind. He needs to master this, or he and everyone around him will be in danger. Nezu climbed back into his chair and stared Shoyuta down. Now, do it again. Izuku had some kind of emotionless mask on his features that worried Shoyuta. He only did that when he was trying to avoid a fight. It meant he agreed with the rat, most likely, and didn't want Shoyuta to know. Damn it, this was so fucked. Hizashi was still behind him, gripping a hand painfully tight on his arm. Shoyuta couldn't tell if that hand was to keep him from tearing Nezu apart, or to make him feel supported. He supposed it worked both ways. After a moment, Shoyuta calmed down and set his jaw. Fine, but keep in mind his quirk's drawback. He may end up passed out for a couple days if we push him too hard. I understand that, Shoyuta. Izuku was still silent. It bothered Shoyuta more these days when Izuku didn't speak. He was so animated and energetic now that he'd come out of his shell, always, but right now he looked terribly thoughtful and nervous. Shoyuta tried to bleed out more of the rage in his muscles so Izuku wouldn't be scared of him. No matter how much time passed between how Izuku had been living before to how he was treated here, Shoyuta knew the boy still feared confrontation and sunk into his old hiding methods at the first sign of violence, even if it wasn't directed at Izuku himself. Come on, kid. He offered a hand. Izuku's face flitted back into his semi-excited look, that faint sparkle quickly returning to his eyes as he took Shuta's hand and once more stood in front of his guardian. Shoyuta wrapped his arms around the boy's neck a second time and stared Nezu down over Izuku's shoulder with venom in his eyes. The rat nodded a second time. Izuku's neck snapped again. Shoyuta once more cradled the body to his chest, Hizashi brushing his hands through Izuku's curls as he held them both. It was agonizing to stare down at his son's body. That's what it was, a body. A dead body. At least this time he had control of his emotions. The death state lasted longer this time, 5.5 minutes. When finally the usual sounds of his revival happened, Shoyuta realized he'd been holding his breath for a while and gasped for air right along with Izuku. That was so fucking cool. Izuku barked immediately. Language. 4 adult voices quipped at once. Sorry, but it was. It took a couple minutes to find the path to my body, but once I did, I could see you guys. The void cleared and I could actually see what was happening. It was all in slow motion. It was so cool. Holy shit, I was a ghost. Shoyuta rolled his eyes. Of course his kid would get excited over being a ghost. Of course. Well, either way, at least they were making serious progress. At least they were, until Izuku started to wobble on his feet while going on and on with Nezu about all the things he'd seen and experienced as a ghost in those 5.5 minutes. Shoyuta was quick to wrap the kid up in his capture scarf, just in time to catch him slipping into unconsciousness. All right, we're done for today. Nezu nodded. Shoyuta placed Izuku in Zashi's arm, too exhausted to carry the boy himself. Today took a nasty toll on him mentally. As they walked out, Hound Dog placed a firm hand on his shoulder and offered a reassuring smile. Or what Shoyuta believed was a smile. It was hard to tell around that muzzle of his. It helped regardless. Shoyuta and Hizashi would be seeing him later for some couples counseling for sure. When Izuku woke up, he felt that same surge of energy he'd gotten the first time this happened. He felt ready to take on the world. Though he also felt like something was missing. What day was it? Oh shit, how long had he slept? Izuku dashed out of his room and slid down the hall on his socks. This was seriously reminiscent of the first time he fell asleep in this house and woke up thinking it was all a dream. Coming to a stumbling stop by the kitchen door, both his dads looked up with soft smiles. Clearly they remembered too. How long was I out? Izuku asked quickly. 2 days. Shoyuta answered while stuffing some egg in his mouth. Entrance exams are in a few hours. We were going to try and wake you. Nezu wants you there to analyze the prospective students with him. He does. Izuku yelped. Oh shit, am I ready for that? Zashi laughed. Of course you are, Green Bean. You'll do just fine. We'll be there too. I'll be sleeping in the corner. You two can gush over the students without me. You don't want to check out your incoming students, Dad? Sho never does, Izu. He likes to form his own opinions. He never does more than briefly glance at the footage of the exams, and never reads the student files. Izuku was a bit shocked. He assumed Shoyuta, the logical one, would want as much information as humanly possible about his incoming students. That would make sense to Izuku at least. But apparently, the logic-minded underground hero wasn't always so logic-minded. Or was he? I don't want to let preconceived bias cloud my mind about these kids. I need to evaluate their skills and heroic potential without any influence. Okay, that actually made sense. Shoyuta had been teaching for a while now. He likely knew how to judge a potential hero better than Izuku could. That just begged the question, how could Nezu think Izuku had any right to analyze these kids? He was only a kid himself. Izuku internally sighed, rubbing his face as he tried to knock the insecurities from his mind. I need a shower. I feel nasty. Papa, can you make me some eggs too? I'll be back in 10 minutes. Of course, Green Bean. Izuku, wait. Izuku had just turned around to head back to his room when Zashi called him to stop. The voice hero was walking over towards him with a weird look on his face. Shoyuta looked just as confused as Izuku, and clearly hadn't seen whatever made Zashi pause. As Zashi approached him, he circled around Izuku's back and stuck both hands into his curls. Izuku squeaked in surprise. Huh, that's weird. What? Izuku asked, tilting his head to try and look, but Zashi just held his head tighter. Your hair. It's growing in white. What? Izuku flailed, trying to free himself from Zashi's grip. Zashi? Shoyuta asked, standing up to come look for himself. Izuku was held firm, his arms flailing as he tried not to panic. You think it's tied to his quirk? Maybe. Izu, what color were your birth parents' hair? Huh. Izuku stopped flailing for a moment and really thought about the question. The first half was easy. His green hair had come from his mother. Honestly, Izuku looked like a replica of her in most ways. Green hair, bright eyes, round cheeks, the whole 9 yards. But his father. He barely remembered his father since the guy left when he was 4, but if he squinted really hard and pushed his memories, he could see a flash of white. Izuku gasped. Mom had green like mine, but I think my birth father had white hair. I don't remember his quirk. I think Mom once told me it was fire breathing, but that didn't really make sense to me. If she had telekinesis and he had fire breathing, why was I quirkless? Both were supposedly quirks that ran in the family. When I was just starting in middle school, I tried to trace our family tree. but nothing existed in my dad's name. What do you mean nothing? Shoyuta sounded suspicious. I went to the local government office. His name was there, with a record of his living in the prefecture, but nothing else. No birth certificate, no marriage certificate for him and my mom, nothing. No police record, no education record. It's like he existed and that was it, the bare minimum. I dropped it after a year, thinking he just deleted the stuff himself to escape us. Mom said he moved to America. That's really weird. I know, Papa. I know. Maybe I should have thought of it sooner. But weirdness aside, why the hell is my hair growing in white? He finally managed to yank himself free and bounce over to the hallway mirror nearby. Sure enough, when he pushed his green curls aside, he found his roots were snow white. Even the undercut around the back was starting to sparkle with white at the very base of the hairs. He honestly wasn't sure what to make of it, but he suddenly wanted a haircut. Papa. What? Yes. Huh. Zashi and Shoyuta had been talking quietly off to the side when Izuku startled them. I want a haircut, right before the new school year starts, after this grows out a little. A wide grin stretched across his lips. You want to show off your new hair color, huh, kid? Hell yes. Izuku punched the air. Language. Zashi chided, but he was grinning. The viewing booth was huge. Izuku had never been behind the scenes of UA yet. Even though he'd been Nedzu's student for 4 months now, he had only been into the main classroom building and a few of the gyms and training grounds. He had yet to see anything special like this. The booth was underground, the entrance just outside the back of the main classroom building. It was dark and clearly made by Cementos' Quirk. The whole right wall, about 15 feet long, was covered in screens and monitors of every kind. Some had camera feeds of the various training grounds. Actually, most of them did. The lower monitors, the smaller ones, had charts and numbers and data constantly flowing. Izuku could tell those were for monitoring the mechanics and internal workings of the exam. The left wall behind him was covered in monitors too, but these were all dedicated to the students' faces and information. Today was day 2 of the exam. He'd missed day 1, but that was only the written exams, which Nedzu hadn't needed him for. Day 2 was the physical exam. There were 245 students this year taking the exam. They had 4 recommendation students who were already accepted, and their names and faces were up there too. Only 40 students would make it into the heroics course, technically 36 since 4 spots were already taken by those recommendation students. Izuku had brought his laptop and made a whole folder in the share drive he kept with Nedzu for the entrance exams. He made a document for the recommendation students and took a few notes. Nedzu had then explained he could tap the screen where their picture was, and it would bring up their exam footage. It was so high-tech, Izuku loved it. There was still at least 2 hours before the exam, so Izuku watched all 4 files and made notes. Shido Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Setsuna Tokage, and Juzo Hananuki. He did recognize Todoroki as Endeavor's son. That would be interesting. Yaoyorozu was the daughter of some big-shot hero lawyers. He didn't know anything about the remaining 2 students. All in all, Todoroki seemed to be the strongest of them all, except that he was only using half his quirk. Half hot, half cold. He never used his flames. Something was up with that. Izuku felt something spark in his chest, a familiar sensation of hopelessness. Maybe Todoroki was similar to him in some way? Yaoyorozu used her matter creating quirk in interesting and inventive ways, and could really come in handy as a hero. But she seemed to lack confidence in herself. Tokage had a really neat lizard-like quirk that allowed her to split herself and put herself back together. That could be amazing for rescue efforts. Hananuki's softening quirk would be invaluable for offensive and defensive purposes. 2 hours passed by quickly, and the other teachers started to filter into the underground room. Shoyuta walked over, gave Izuku a quick hair ruffle, then slunk into a corner in his signature yellow sleeping bag. Hizashi and Izuku had a betting pool going on about how long it would take his students to try and steal it. So far, most of the teachers had bet on under 2 weeks. Hizashi and Izuku were the odd men out, having both bet more than 3 weeks into the semester before any student was even brave enough to approach the object. Shoyuta was pretending he didn't know about the betting pool, but he'd slipped Izuku a 50 and bet on 2 months. Izuku had been shocked, but hey, the man knew his students, right? Or well, he put the fear of the gods in them and got to know them that way. Good morning, UA teachers, and Izuku. Everyone greeted him in kind, minus Shoyuta, who groaned and slumped sideways. Izuku chuckled. We are about to get started. Hisashi, you are good to head inside and get the kids briefed and pumped up. The rest of you get out your notes, or in Izuku's case, keep taking them, and get ready to claim some students. Claim. Izuku leaned over to where Auntie Nem was sitting next to him, asking her quietly. Oh yeah, well, the homeroom teachers get to make a list of their top 5 favorites from the exam and generally get those kids assigned to their class. If there's any crossover, the teachers flip a coin. Seriously? You guys bet on students? Izuku looked scandalized. Oh sweetie, we bet on everything in this school. You already know that. She was right. He did. Izuku snorted, shook his head and went back to his laptop. It was just about time to get started. So Izuku grabbed an elastic and tied his long curls to the back of his head. This revealed the white roots that had started to show this morning, though he didn't realize it till Namiri gasped. He asked, looking up. The whole room of teachers were looking at him with varying degrees of worry on their faces. Oh, right. Zashi noticed it this morning. Apparently my quirk is turning my hair white like my birth father's. Weird, I know. But I kind of like it. The teachers all calmed down once they heard that Izuku was okay with the change, and it wasn't something to panic over. Netsu was looking at him with an intense curiosity that Izuku knew to fear. That was not a good sign. But it vanished as quickly as it had appeared and Izuku shrugged it off for later. That was a concern for future Izuku. Present Izuku had an exam to analyze. Netsu was grading him on this anyway. This would be his last project before he finished his first year of high school, his final, so to speak. If he did well, he could start working on his provisional hero license. His quirk counseling license test was in 3 weeks, just before the new school year started. He was ahead of schedule and moving fast. It was exciting and Izuku was absolutely enthralled with his education. There's no countdown in real life, go. Zashi's loud voice crackled over the speakers, dulled by the sound system they had set on low so the teachers could focus. The kids were off and Zashi walked in a moment later. He also had kids to pick. He was a homeroom teacher for the general education department, and even here he could pick students he wanted to sponsor, so to speak. Since not everyone got into the heroics program, they were usually offered a spot in Gen Ed if they showed promise. They did have multiple chances to get promoted into the hero course over their tenure here, so that was Zashi's job, to find the kids that needed that opportunity. The physical exam was rigged and they all knew it. Netsu did it on demand from the Hero Commission, because physical quirks were sadly the most useful. However, he designed the test to also evaluate the rest of the kids too. Izuku tapped Zashi on the shoulder and pointed to one of the kids on the screen. He had a perpetual tired face, scary similar to Shuta's, and bright purple hair. That one. Pick that one first, Papa. Why green bean? Neither of them took their eyes off the kid. Izuku leaned over to touch one of the screens and pull up the kid's file. Quirk brainwashing. He's intelligent, clever, and uses his quirk inconspicuously. While his record states the activation requirement, he's not revealing it to anyone around him. He could make an amazing underground hero. I want Dad to take him as a personal student. Pick him if he doesn't get into heroics. Thank you, Zu. Zashi marked down Shinso's name on his form and went back to the other screens. Izuku spotted a few kids he marked down for later. Ochako Uraraka. Anti-gravity quirk. She could make an amazing rescue and construction hero. Mizo Shoji Dupliarms. Reconnaissance would be his strong suit for sure. Ijura Kirishima hardening. He would be a brick wall of defense. There was also Tetsu. Who the hell named him? That had a very similar quirk to Kirishima's. They would likely be great training partners if they ended up in the same class. The last one he wrote down was Kanoko Komori. Her mushroom quirk fascinated Izuku. He wanted to see just how far she could take it. Could she use it on humans? Would that suffocate someone to death? Why did that interest him? Well, he wanted to know if someone could use that quirk against her or those around her. She'd need to train really hard if that was the case, to avoid being a hazard to her teammates. Then, after he was just about to wrap up, something loud on the screens made him flinch so hard his laptop clattered to the floor. Thankfully, he was already sitting on the floor, so the device likely wasn't damaged. The smell of burnt sugar filled his nose. A searing pain in his shoulder sparked. His breathing wouldn't stop getting faster. He hadn't heard Kaken's explosions in over 4 months. He didn't think he'd have this kind of reaction. It was so hard to breathe. Why couldn't he remember how to breathe? Namiri was right there, asking him if he was okay, but he couldn't answer. In an instant, Hizashi was by his side and Shoyuta was running towards him. His vision swam, he felt faint. That smell was taking over all his senses. He couldn't escape it. It was suffocating. All he felt was pain. Every inch of his body was like a sparking fuse. He wanted it to stop. That face, those bright red eyes, filled his sight. All he could see was Kaken. All he could hear was that crackling pop of his quirk, the loud bangs when it would go off against the school walls, against his desk, against his skin. He screamed when someone touched his shoulder. It sent a shock wave across his neck and body. It was Kaken. It had to be. He was back, he hadn't changed, nothing could ever change. Why had he been so stupid? Everything went black. Izuku gasped awake, grabbing for his throat and choking on a cough to try and clear it. Izuku, it's okay, take a breath. You're back, it's okay. That was Shuta's voice. He blinked tears from his eyes and found his dad's face right in front of him. Hizashi was by his side. They were still in the viewing booth. It looked like the test had just ended a few minutes ago. He could see students getting treated by Recovery Girl and walking out of the training grounds on the cameras. Izuku's breathing eased as he dropped his hands. Wah! A peened. His throat was so sore, but why? You had a panic attack, Green Bean. Zashi reached out towards him, but he seemed scared to touch Izuku. Izuku leaned into the touch and Hizashi relaxed, wrapping his arms around Izuku. We don't know what caused it, but you panicked and you weren't breathing. We couldn't get you to breathe. You activated your quirk, sweetie. I what? He croaked. You were choking, and when we couldn't get you to calm down, it's like your body just shut down and refused to breathe. Fuck, Izuku, don't do that ever again, please. I don't think my heart can take it. Izuku would normally easily promise that, but, well, I would gladly promise that if I had any idea what the hell I did or how. I heard explosions and then I smelled it. What do you mean? Zashi asked, pulling back to look at Izuku with confusion in his eyes. Burnt sugar. Nitroglycerin. It's what Kaken's sweat is made of. It's how his quirk works. He explodes his sweat in his palms. It always smells like burnt sugar and caramel. The smell took me back to Aldera. I couldn't stop panicking. I thought nothing had changed. He took a few breaths to try and keep himself calm. It's okay, kid. It's okay. We knew it was a possibility he'd apply here. Hearing his quirk again after 4 months was bound to have a reaction. Do you want to see if Netsu wants to ref dash? Don't, Dad. Don't say that. I don't want my problems to influence someone else's life like that. If Kaken made it into the hero course by his own skill and hard work, then don't discredit that. I still have faith in him. Even if he scares me, even if he's hurt me in the past, I have faith he can be a great hero. God, your passion is insufferable sometimes, Izuku. But Izuku knew Shoyuta was grinning behind his capture weapon. Hizashi kept poking around in his hair though, and Izuku was starting to get worried. What is it, Papa? Izuku asked, reaching up to take the man's hands from his head. Your hair. It's more white than it was this morning. What? Izuku opened his laptop, leaving the screen off so he could use it like a makeshift mirror. Sure enough, the white had extended halfway down his green curls. It looked really haphazard but also really cool. It would be hard to explain this to Katsuki though. That thought made him stop. Did he even want to? Did he want to see Katsuki again? He'd likely have a few interactions with him if he got accepted. He was certainly getting accepted. Izuku knew that without even checking the scores. That was a problem for future Izuku. Are you feeling better, kiddo? Auntie Nem asked, coming over with a bottle of water for him. Yes, thank you, Nem. I think I'm all right. Your hair looks wicked at least. I wonder if it's going to just fade all to white if you keep activating your quirk. The whole staff had been avoiding using the term dying when talking about his quirk. It was fine, Izuku didn't mind that so much. After all, it's not like he was purposefully killing himself and they were avoiding the subject. His quirk was weird and now it had just gotten weirder. Why had it activated and forced him to die? Had it assumed he was being strangled or maybe drowning? That could be likely, except that indicated that his quirk could actually predict his death, or it could comprehend fatal damage or injuries. But that being said, why did it assume that choking and panicking were a death sentence? That didn't quite add up. Zoo, sweetie, you're mumbling a mile a minute. Oh shit, sorry, I thought that was in my head. Zashi gave him a hair ruffle and stood up, heading over to Netsu to chat. Shoyuta shook his head and curled back up in his sleeping bag, but didn't leave Izuku's side. Nem wandered off to chat with Vlad about students they had both picked out. Izuku picked his laptop up, and this time turned it on so he could get back to taking his notes. He did swap over to his quirk folder and started making a notes doc about this experience with activating it, and all his theories and thoughts on the matter. It was changing his view of his quirk entirely. Did his quirk have some kind of panic button he could activate? For now it seemed subconscious, but maybe he could learn to control it. Come on, Sho, time to go. Hizashi kicked the sleeping bag gently. Shoyuta growled, but lifted his upper body off the floor. A hand popped out of the yellow bag and patted Izuku's head. He realized he'd been lost in his notes for a solid 30 minutes, while everyone had been chatting about the exams. You got enough data, kid? Oh yeah. I need to compile it into a more formulated analysis with a few charts for comparison, but it shouldn't take me more than a few hours tonight after dinner. This is technically my final. Your final? Zashi asked. Yeah, I finished my first year's worth of work on the online courses, and Netsu gave me an analysis project based on the entrance exams to finish out my first year studies. Once that's done and graded, I'll be moving up from espionage to intergovernmental manipulation. Izuku was practically bouncing as he stood up with his laptop clutched to his chest. The whole room let out a collective groan. Netsu, stop turning out little ray of sunshine into a mini-you. Vlad called from the doorway as he left. Or at least give us all some warning, he's so far ahead of his peers. Cementos added. Izuku chuckled, following his dad's out of the viewing booth. He ran smack into Hizashi's backside though, and peeked around to see what stopped the flow of traffic. Excuse me? Sorry. I was hoping I could talk about the points for the exam for a moment. That was Ochako Uraraka. Izuku had been taking notes on her. What was she doing here? Sure, listener, what's up? Zashi was always good with kids. Shoyuta put the fear of God into his students, but Zashi always made them feel welcome. Well, I didn't get his name, but this loud kid with spiky blonde hair saved me from the zero-pointer at the end of the exam. I was trapped under rubble and he used his explosions to free me. I wanted to give him some of my points, since he saved me and wasn't able to get more points. Izuku froze. That could only be Katsuki, right? Spiky blonde hair, loud explosion quirk. Of course it was. He had sacrifice points to save someone. The little ember of hope that Izuku had been tending for years sparkled to life a little brighter inside his chest. Could Katsuki be learning, changing? Maybe, just maybe. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there. Hello. Izuku looked up from the floor, realizing Uraraka was speaking to him. Zashi had moved a little and Izuku's face wasn't as hidden anymore. Hello. He greeted back with a dip of his head. Don't worry, Uraraka-kun, Bakugo-kun will be just fine. Your points are your own. I'm sure he did well, so head on home and you will get your results in a week, okay? Zashi offered her a little head pat. Shoyuta put an arm around Izuku's shoulders and led him out of the booth with Zashi trailing behind as he waved to the pink-faced girl. She likes you, Zashi quipped as he stepped up to meet the other two in pace. What? Izuku barked. I mean, that's cool and all, but I don't really like girls. Oh, that's okay too. Whatever you prefer, Izu. No dating until you're 30, kid. Shoyuta groaned. Hizashi broke into laughter. Izuku hid his face in his hood the whole walk back to the dorms. Why did his dads have to be so embarrassing? Chapter 6. Today is a good day. Until it isn't. Shoyuta was not ready for this. It was too early. He'd gotten used to his slightly later schedule while on break from school. The month between the entrance and exam and the new school year had flown by. Shoyuta had spent it mostly helping Izuku with his schooling, and then patrols at night. Hizashi had been busy with his radio show during the day, then at night, he'd swap off with Shoyuta and help their kid after dinner when Shoyuta was out. Nedzu had apologized for the heavier workload, but he wanted to cram as much in as possible before the start of term. He'd have to slow down Izuku's schooling pace once the term started since they would all be busy. Izuku was making great strides and in the last month already completed a quarter of his second-year work. Nedzu had not been joking. He'd really started to cram stuff in there before the year started. The kid now had his Quirk counseling license. The test was last week. Apparently it was pretty boring, and though Hizashi and Shoyuta were remiss they hadn't been allowed to see it, Nedzu and Izuku assured them they hadn't missed anything. It was a lengthy written exam and a small practical, which was basically Izuku just doing live analysis and problem solving. Nedzu was holding firm on his idea to have the boy be a teaching assistant in Shuta's class 2 days a week, but he was going to wait until a week or two into the term before initiating that so they could all settle in. Shoyuta wrapped his capture weapon around his neck as he finished getting ready. Of course, his 2 sunshines had been up since 5 a.m., and Shoyuta had only just woken up not long ago around 6 a.m. They had already gotten ready and eaten. Izuku was at the kitchen table, already clacking away at his laptop keyboard, hard at work. They had half an hour before they needed to walk over to the main building on campus. The kids wouldn't be moving in for another week as the dorm buildings had been getting a renovation since dorm life was becoming mandatory, so they still had time before they would see their students on campus daily, which was a relief to Shoyuta. An adjustment period, so to speak. Eggs show? Zashi asked as he leaned over the counter to peck his husband on the cheek. He replied. Morning, Dad. Shoyuta never got tired of hearing that, or of hearing Izuku call Zashi Papa. Never once did he get tired of that. Shoyuta glanced across the counter to find the giant smile on Hizashi's face. Today was going to be a good day, Shoyuta knew it. As he sat down, he placed a thick folder on the table, sliding it towards Izuku. The kid didn't react at first, too engrossed in whatever he was working on. But when Shoyuta used the folder to nudge his hand, the kid jumped. Open it, Shoyuta urged, a smirk not even hidden on his face. Zashi came over with a plate for Shoyuta, but he ignored it for now, instead taking Hizashi's hand as they waited for Izuku to see what was in the folder. The kid gave them both a suspicious look. He'd seen it before. It was Izuku's worried look. Despite everything, they knew he still didn't believe this was all for real, and forever. He still believed somewhere in the back of his mind that Shoyuta and Hizashi would abandon him like everyone else had in his life. But they wanted to prove it to him they would never do that. This was the final step. It had taken a little longer than usual since there was still an ongoing investigation into Izuku's birth parents, but they finally got a judge to sign off on the adoption papers. Izuku opened the folder, scanning over it quickly. The kid could read at the speed of light. His body slowly rose from his chair the further he got down the page, until he was standing over the table with the folder in his hands and tears already pouring down his face. Why, you're serious? He asked, his voice cracked and hesitant. You want me to stay? Izuku, baby, we've wanted you to stay since the day you came home with us. Hizashi always knew the right thing to say, because the moment those words left his mouth, Izuku had dropped the folder and ran around the table to tackle them both in a giant hug. Shoyuta choked a little but managed to keep himself upright. The kid had put on some bulk with the special diet he was on. It was mostly muscle since he'd been working out with both of them in their very limited free time. The kid was lean, but damn was he strong. Shoyuta kissed the top of the kid's head and rubbed circles on his back. He heard the sobs already starting, but these tears Shoyuta was happy to hear. They were tears of joy for once. The first tears of joy the kid had cried since they met him. The sound was like music to Shuta's ears. Forever, kid. You're our son, you always have been, now it's in writing. Izuku hugged him harder. Hisashi chuckled and kissed Shuta's forehead. Shoyuta could tell he was overjoyed, the little pricks of tears in the corners of his eyes. But Izuku pulled back. Oh no. What now? Which last name do I choose? Shoyuta sighed in relief. Okay, that they could deal with. He almost panicked, thinking the kid didn't want them. Shoyuta looked at Zashi and nodded, letting him explain. Well, I'm going to be retiring from fieldwork next year to focus on teaching and my radio show full-time, and at that point I'm going to officially take Shuta's last name. We figured you would want the same last name too. Izuku Aizawa. No one had called Izuku by his last name since they'd met him. Even his doctors had switched the moment the child asked. They all knew what happened to him, and why it was important to him to distance himself from that former name. But now he could have a new name. Their family name. God, that sounded good. A real family name. One that Zashi wanted and hopefully Izuku wanted too. The boy's face lit up. He bounced a few times on the balls of his feet and nodded. Yes, I want that. Wait. You're retiring from pro hero work, Papa. Well, I want to spend more time with my green bean. Besides, I love being a hero, but over the last few years I've just fallen more in love with doing my show and teaching. It's what brings me joy. So I can kill two birds with one stone. I get to spend more time doing the things I love, and also get more free time for my family. Oh, okay. They'd learned to reassure Izuku right off the bat that nothing was his fault, a damaging mentality that had been instilled in him far too young. He was starting to pick up on it more, but with big things like this they still had to clarify their intentions and meanings. I'm probably going to retire full-time to teaching once you're done training as an underground Izuku. Wait, why? You love patrolling, Dad. I know that. But Zashi and I always wanted to start a family. Now we have. Even if you're a busy pro hero, we want to be there for you. And enjoy our lives peacefully. There comes a time in every hero's life where they need to decide if they want to die in a firefight, or die of old age with the people they love. We both would prefer the latter. Even before you came along, Zashi and I had been discussing adoption for at least 2 years, and retirement another 5 or so after that. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Not everyone wants to die in battle. It's a hard choice, Zu, but it's one that every hero needs to think about before it's too late. Don't forget that in the future, yeah. Of course, Papa. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. We also have been discussing maybe adopting you a little brother or sister in the future, if you'd be okay with that. Shoyuta glanced at Hisashi with a hopeful smile. We don't want a huge family, but maybe a couple kids, and maybe a couple more cats, Hisashi added. Izuku nodded emphatically. I'd love that. Then Izuku smiled that beautiful sunshine smile that blinded people, and went back to his laptop. Shoyuta was so proud of him. He'd come so far in only 6 months. He wasn't skittish and tearful anymore, or at least rarely. He didn't flinch when people got too close, or cry anytime someone did something nice. He'd gained confidence, and even a wide vocabulary of curse words, much to Zashi's dismay. Shoyuta was more than ready to see him take on the world. He had full faith that if anyone could take on the world and win, it would be Izuku Aizawa. Shoyuta grinned. That was his kid, his son. He watched Izuku fill out the forms and sign them with his new name and pass the folder back with the absolute brightest smile anyone had ever seen. The tiniest hint of those constellation sparkles were hiding just behind his eyes, and pride swelled in Shuta's chest. Shoyuta knew today was going to be a good day. Izuku was floating on cloud 9 after the morning he had. His parents, they were officially his parents, had adopted him. That meant forever. It wasn't like a blood family either. They had chosen to adopt him. It meant more than blood ever could. They had picked Izuku out and said, "That one, I want that one forever," and they meant it. In the 6 months he'd been with them, they had never once hurt him, never once betrayed him, and never once pitted him for his quirk status. They had done their best, and it was more than sufficient. They'd taken care of him in every way possible, and he felt at home with them. They were his dads. Izuku Aizawa. He walked out of the house behind his dad's with a new name and a bright smile. He felt invigorated to finally feel like he had a real family that loved him and protected him. Shoyuta and Zashi chatted quietly as they all walked to the school building. It was only about a 5-minute walk, but it felt like it went by in a flash today. He was waving to his dads as they went into the teacher's lounge to prepare for the first day of classes. Izuku went to Netsu's office for his first lesson of the day. Since he was on a different timetable than the rest of the students at the school, this wasn't actually his first day of the semester. He was almost halfway through his second year of high school, give or take a little. Because of that, Izuku didn't actually get a break when all the teachers and regular students did. He'd been working his fingers bloody to devour his coursework. One evening he had to explain to his dads that he just loved doing the work and enjoyed filling his free time with learning because they were getting worried about him not taking a break. If Izuku had been on break, he would have likely been doing extra credit or researching on his own anyway. That had made them realize what kind of student Izuku was, and they backed off. Though the strict meal and bed rules were still in place for his health's sake. Netsu was threatened profusely that if Izuku didn't show up in the teacher's lounge at lunchtime for a break, he'd be hung with Shuta's capture weapon from his office door. Izuku had actually seen a flash of worry in the Chimera's eyes at that threat. The office door opened by itself with a whirring hiss as Izuku approached. "Good morning, Aizawa-kun," Netsu greeted. Izuku smiled. So, they must have told the staff last night they were signing the papers this morning. Izuku couldn't be happier. Though he was worried Auntie Nem might freak out that she wasn't included, given her reaction last time. Izuku had figured out the surprise she had been referring to now. "Netsu, please, you know I prefer Izuku, though I am very fond of my new last name." "Oh, I know, I just wanted to use it at least once. I'm so happy for you, Izuku. You deserve to be happy and loved. Just as all my students do." Despite how bats-hit insane Netsu was, and trust Izuku, Netsu was fucking bonkers, he loved his students with a burning passion. They were a family to him, and he'd fiercely protect them, Izuku was sure. "Thank you. Come, let's get to work. This week I want to focus on our intergovernmental manipulation tactics. Let's go over a few scenarios that should keep us busy until lunch." Izuku took out his laptop and notebook and they set to work. When Shoyuta approached the door to 1A, he heard a commotion going on inside. Why was he not surprised? It sounded like Tensei's little brother was being a stickler for the rules just like he always was and chiding some other student for having their feet up on the desk. It wasn't until he heard those familiar pops of explosions that the door snapped open and his capture scarf was wrapped around Bakugo's wrist before anyone even knew he was there. A few people gasped, some made exclamations of excitement at seeing a pro hero. Bakugo looked like he was about to piss himself in fear. Their eyes met and though Shoyuta did not activate his quirk, Bakugo's cut off promptly. Shoyuta calmly walked across the room, the capture scarf reeling Bakugo in so they met halfway in front of the whole classroom. The burning rage in Shuta's eyes was not hidden. This was still the kid who had told his son to jump off a roof. This was the child who'd been one of the leading causes of his son's first death. He was the cause of most of the boy's scars. He still hated this kid. So of course the universe and likely Netsu were out to destroy his good day by putting Bakugo in Shuta's homeroom class. However, something popped into Shuta's head. The memory of that pink-cheeked girl, who was actually standing in the back of the room with her hands on her mouth, asking them to give Bakugo some of her points because he rescued her in the exam. Shoyuta swallowed his hatred and released the kid's wrist. "You still have a long way to go to prove me wrong, but the entrance exam was a good start." With that, he turned to the podium and glared at the class. They all immediately found their seats, minus Bakugo. The brat took an extra second to consider Shoyuta and his words. He didn't look back to his teacher, only nodded to the ground and sat down quietly. Good, maybe he could learn. "You all took far too long to settle. I expect you all to be in your seats and ready to learn when I walk in the door each morning. I am Shoyuta Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. You will address me as Aizawa-san or Aizawa-sensei." He paused to look around at each face. Izuku had told him about quite a few of these kids and their quirks, despite Shuta's desire to form his own opinions. "Now, put on your PE uniforms and meet me on the baseball field out back for quirk assessments in 10 minutes. Be late and get expelled." He kicked a couple boxes from under the desk and walked out of the room without looking back. These brats better be worth it this year. He was not against dismissing a whole class for a second time. Okay, but the differential here is too vast. If you can't find an agreeable term for both parties, then the whole plan will crumble to dust. Izuku was up in front of the whiteboard in Nezu's office. They'd slowly converted it halfway into a classroom since Izuku spent so much time there now. The whiteboard was huge and had to be, they often covered it in only a few hours of their lessons. There was a small sitting area in front of the whiteboard they used for their meetings. Nezu was sipping tea while drowning in a human-sized fluffy chair that was far too big for him. "Why do you say that?" he asked. Izuku groaned. "I know you like to focus on upfront manipulation, but I prefer a much more backhanded approach. If everyone is looking over here," Izuku pointed to the scenario written on the board, "with a diplomatic deal planned out for each side of the dispute, then no one will be looking over where I am, getting both sides to spill their secrets to me without them even knowing." He pointed to the 4 bullet points he'd made on the board. "If they get their fair prices and everyone's happy and they take the bait, then I can manipulate them into thinking they screwed each other over and get away with my theft." I'm with you so far. But if the differential between what each side gets is too high, then I can't manipulate them both. Only one side will feel cheated. That leaves me little option for the desired effect I want. Right, except that you need a differential for them to even think something is off. If they have a balanced and fair exchange, neither side will want to believe the other did something wrong. Izuku put his hands into his hair and yanked slightly. He hated when the rat played devil's advocate, always poking holes in his plans. It might work beautifully and get Izuku easily riled up and working hard, but damn, he hated it. Izuku slammed his hands on the desk, papers scattering everywhere. Izuku was fuming. They'd been going over this scenario for at least 2 hours alone, back and forth like playing fucking badminton. Izuku loved it, but damn did he hate it. The door opened with a soft knock. "Nezu-san, I was hoping we could meet before dash," the person paused. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were busy this early. I can come back later." "Nonsense, Yagi-san. Come in. You should meet my personal student anyway." "Your personal student?" Izuku looked up from the desk and right into the piercing deep blue eyes of Yagi Tashinori. All Might. It took everything inside of him not to physically recoil at the sight of him. Even though he'd seen that shrunken form over a year ago, he still didn't like it. It felt wrong in some way to see the hero looking so deflated. "Yes, this is Izuku Aizawa. He's my personal student of about 6 months now." "Aizawa, is he?" "Yes. Shoyuta Aizawa is my father," Izuku answered in a terse voice. Damn it, his bite wasn't going away. Damn this rat for giving him confidence. Now he couldn't swallow down his indignant rage at seeing All Might. He'd promised Zashi he wasn't angry anymore, but maybe he was after all. "Izuku is going to be a teaching assistant alongside you in the heroics course. Though he will only be helping out 2 days a week since he's still my student, and we have a very tight timeline to keep to. Nezu-san, you know I trust your judgment, but he's just a student. He can't be a teaching assistant." "Actually, All Might, I can." He could see the look of shock on the man's face when Izuku called out his hero name. He was sure the hero wasn't used to people recognizing him in this form, but that was his own fault. He shouldn't have shown some random kid on the street his true form. "I have a Quirk counseling license, and that's what my duty is, to counsel these kids in the use of their quirks. Can you say the same? Do you even have a teaching license? Or are you just here on assignment from the commission?" Nezu was sipping his tea with a giddy smile on his face. He was eating this up, the damn rat. He loved seeing Izuku be sassy and confident. It was like seeing the payoff of his own hard work. Izuku couldn't blame him, really. What's the meaning of this, Nezu? Did you tell him about my injury? Who else knows?" "I haven't told anyone anything. What the boy knows has nothing to do with me, and everything to do with you." After Izuku had told his dads about All Might, and they'd stopped Zashi from running out to kill the hero, they told Nezu the truth. Izuku had never seen such disgust bubble in someone's eyes before. As mentioned, Nezu was fiercely protective of his students. "I have no idea what you mean." "Of course you don't. You don't even remember me, do you?" Izuku asked. My boy, I've never met you before. Firstly, I'm not your boy, don't call me that. It's Izuku to you. Secondly, I know I look a bit different with mostly white hair instead of green, but I thought you'd remember the boy you left on a roof after you crushed his dreams. It's really pathetic you can't even keep track of the people you hurt. I know it's a small list, but come on. All Might's face had been blank, but as Izuku spoke, his back straightened. There it was. He remembered. Izuku had sparked that stupid brain of his. You're the little quirkless boy who wanted to be a hero. He gasped. Izuku winced so hard his chin practically collided with his chest. My quirk status is none of your business. Nezu, what's the meaning of this? He can't teach a class of hero students. He'll get hurt, and I won't be liable if dash. Yagi-san, I highly suggest you don't finish that sentence. Legally speaking, my student has more qualifications to teach than you do, as he's already mentioned. You trust me to teach, all I have is an IQ quirk. Why is Izuku any different? Hell, I'm not even human. It's different, Nezu, you know that. His body isn't the same, it's weaker. He could get seriously injured running around after the hero course students. You don't get a say in this matter, Yagi-san. How I run my school is up to me and me alone. You are here because the commission demanded it because of your stupid need for a successor. Which, by the way, the hero course teachers know about, which includes Izuku. So, you can either shape up and deal with how I command my ship or you can walk away. Maybe Shiketsu would take you as a teacher. Nezu poured himself a new cup of tea and hummed softly as he put sugar and creamer into the cup. Izuku was half smirking at the rat and his free tongue. He knew Nezu could really snap at someone, but he'd never seen the wild look in the animal's eyes before. Izuku decided he loved that look and wanted to see it again. This is ridiculous. All Might huffed like a child. Izuku rolled his eyes. Why had he ever thought this man was his hero? However, that seemed to be the end of it because All Might stormed out of the office as fast as his skinny legs would carry him. If the differential is too unbalanced, then I won't be able to manipulate both sides into thinking the other cheated them out of something big. Show them the evidence and start the war, which is the goal. Izuku didn't even skip a beat, he pushed on with the lesson. Except when they both sit down for diplomacy and realize they've been cheated, and then what? You can't convince them both not to seek diplomacy. If you provide a power imbalance, they will go to war, it can't be even. Nezu pushed. No, you don't get it. If I can create a scenario where they both believe they were being fair and they got a fair trade, I can convince them it was a trick. That it was all a lie to get access, and then show them what I've actually stolen, make them think the other side stole it, and then no one will want diplomacy. They will want the other side to suffer and give back what they stole. Excellent. Scenario passed. It's time for lunch anyway. I don't need a necklace made of your father's capture scarf. Go get something to eat. Izuku bowed. Thank you, Nezu. It was 3 minutes to noon. 3 minutes until Shoyuta barged into Nezu's office and chewed the rat out for disobeying his one order on the first damn day of school. But 3 minutes to noon is exactly when Izuku walked into the teacher's lounge. Shoyuta momentarily reconsidered his decision not to march to Nezu's office almost immediately when he saw his kid's face. Hizashi was buried in paperwork and student files, so Shoyuta kicked his chair and nodded towards Izuku. Hey Green Bean, what's up? Hizashi asked. Shoyuta set down his bento and offered his arms out for Izuku. The kid sunk into them and piled himself into Shuta's lap. He spoke to Hizashi from Shuta's arms. All Might showed up to Nezu's office. The whole room went silent. They all knew about All Might, why he was really there. Nezu had told them the truth, and the truth of what he did to Izuku. Most of them had been ready to take Hizashi's war path until Shoyuta and Nezu knocked some sense into them. What happened? Shoyuta asked, his tone serious. What do you think? He insulted my intelligence and said I was too weak to teach hero kids because I'm quirkless. Nezu verbally slapped him, told him if he didn't like it, to go get a job at Shiketsu. Namiri didn't manage to suppress a snort in the back of her throat, and that broke the dam. The whole room erupted into laughter at All Might's expense. Even Hizashi was giggling beside them. Izuku was struggling to keep his grin hidden, but Shoyuta could see it. Hey, today's a good day, remember? Yeah, Dad, I remember. I'm okay. Just tired. But Netsu has the whole afternoon booked for law courses. I'm gonna die, I hate his law scenarios, they're impossible. And he always adds a moral component just to trip me up. Hey, you got this, kid. You're doing amazing. Just remember, you don't have to rush. If you need a break, tell Netsu. Or tell me, and I'll make the rat listen. Izuku groaned, burying his face into Shuta's shoulder. A knock came to the teacher's lounge door and Hizashi called out for them to enter. Hitoshi Shinso walked in with a bored expression. Ah yes, that was who he'd been expecting during lunch. Shoyuta nudged Izuku, who yelped and looked up only to catch the purple boy and immediately blush. Shoyuta was not going to imagine whatever just crossed his son's mind. I can come back later, Shinso mumbled. Izuku scurried out of his lap and grabbed the remainder of his bento, stuffing the rice in his mouth with Shuta's chopsticks. Shuta's mouth just dropped open. Zashi made that for me, you brat. Papa makes the best rice. Izuku leaned over and hugged Zashi before tossing the now empty bento on the table and dashing out with a quick, "Thanks for the pep talk, Dad." Shoyuta pursed his lips. Zashi was absolutely losing his shit laughing next to him. Shoyuta kicked his chair again, he laughed harder. Dash. Oh right, Shinso was here. Shoyuta snorted. Ignore our brat of a son, Shinso-kun. Zashi, you're giving me half your rice. Ugh, fine. He passed his bento over and Shoyuta was quick to munch a few bites before pointing his chopsticks at Shinso. You're swapping to my class, congrats or whatever. Be in room 1A after lunch. Wait, what? Shoyuta didn't feel like explaining. He already gave the order, now he wanted to eat. Hizashi took pity on Shinso. Sorry, kid. I was really looking forward to teaching you, but Shoyuta expelled a student this morning and there was a seat in 1A. You were first on the list of recommendations for the slot. You should thank Izuku later. Shoyuta mumbled around his food. Who's Izuku? Shinso seemed a bit shell-shocked and confused. The brat who just stole my damn lunch. Shoyuta growled. Didn't you just say he was your son? Yes, he's also Netsu's private student, and an adjunct teaching assistant for the heroics course, and a licensed Quirk counselor. Hizashi spoke with such pride. It actually made Shoyuta grin around the bite of rice in his mouth. He's like 14. He's already halfway through his second year of high school. Shinso blinked at Shoyuta, just staring at him for a solid minute in disbelief. Shoyuta kind of felt bad for stealing the kid from Zashi so fast, but Izuku had pushed after the exams that Shinso be the first on the list to be moved up if a spot was opened. Shoyuta was a sucker for his son's puppy eyes, though he'd never admit that out loud, not even if hell froze itself over. Look, just report to 1A after lunch, you're in the hero course, kid. Plus ultra or whatever. Shinso shut the door and left, still apparently confused as all hell, but he didn't refuse the offer. He could logically refuse, but no one ever did. That would be a very stupid idea, to refuse such an opportunity. Granted, Shoyuta knew Shinso deserved to be in the hero course right from the start. His quirk would be top tier in the underground, and that seemed to be what the kid wanted. Izuku had been right about wanting the kid to be Shuta's personal student. That was going to happen too. Izuku skipped down the hallway, his cheek still rosy from that embarrassing display of affection in front of another kid his age. A cute kid, no less. Shinso, the very kid he'd pushed to have first on the promotion list, had caught him hugging his dad. So he did the only thing he knew to do, he acted like a brat and ran away. He was so cute up close, much cuter than he'd been on the screens in the viewing booth during the entrance exams. Izuku made it back to Netsu's office and plopped back in his seat in the little classroom area off to the side. Netsu was on the phone at his desk, quietly berating someone on the other line. Izuku hoped it was the commission. They deserved it. Once Netsu hung up, he sighed. Right, where were we? Law and ethics scenarios, please kill me. That can be arranged. Shoyuta would kill you. Netsu grinned, Alfong. Only if he found out. Yeah, and when I walk into the lounge at the end of the day and my hair is more white than green, who do you think is getting murdered then? Netsu sighed and waved a paw. Fine, fine. Law and ethics it is. You're such a spoilsport, Izuku. Izuku chuckled and took out his law books. Netsu joined him shortly after. Shoyuta walked back towards his hell class, as he had lovingly dubbed them, only to find Shinso outside the classroom staring at the oversized door. He didn't seem to hear Shoyuta approach, which was the point. Shoyuta leaned over the kid's left shoulder and whispered, "The door won't bite you, kid." Shinso yelped, jumping an impressive foot into the air and turning with his hands up. That was some poor excuse for a fighting stance. Shoyuta was going to work on that. He hid a grin in his capture weapon. "Who does that? Just sneaking up on a person gave me a heart attack." "Well, if you want to be an underground hero one day, you should have been paying attention and listening for me. We'll work on that. Stay behind after school and we'll start your lessons. You're my only student looking into underground heroics, so you'll be getting extra lessons with me." "Wait, seriously? Did I stutter? Get inside and sit down." Shinso blinked, then quickly scrambled into the room as Shoyuta walked in after him. Everyone was in their seats this time and quiet. Shinso took the only open spot, which had belonged to another student this morning. "Now," Shoyuta started as he took to the podium, "I'm sure you're curious about the change. That's Hitoshi Shinso, your new classmate. I expelled my Neta this morning. Get out your foundational heroics books. We're starting with safety procedures this week. We won't begin physical lessons until next week." "Sensei." One of the kids raised their hand. It was a blonde with a lightning strike in their hair. "Kami something," he went on when Shoyuta nodded. "Why can't we dive right in? We're all super excited to be here and more than ready to get our hero on." "Shut up, dunce face. He's going over safety rules. You want to die or something because you're too stupid to W. What the fuck?" Bakugo rubbed the red mark on his forehead from where Shuta's chalk had smacked into it. The kid was out of his seat, mini explosions popping in his palms. "I suggest you reassess how you address your classmates, Bakugo, unless you want to be my second expulsion of the day. I don't need to remind you I have every damn right and reason to not give you a second chance in life." His quirk flashed, shutting Bakugo's down instantly. The kid sat down and shut up quickly. "Understood, sensei." He droned grumpily. Good. He was learning slowly. Gods, Izuku had the patience of the saints if he put up with this, and worse, for 13 years. How did he do it? How? Shoyuta would give an ungodly amount of things to have even a fraction of the patience that Izuku had. Electric Blonde mumbled. "No physical training until we finish Chapter 1 of the Foundational Heroics textbook covering safety and training procedures." Shoyuta waved a hand and the kid looked back to his textbook. Shoyuta returned to the board to finish writing out the points he was going to make in this lesson. Of course, not even 15 minutes into his lecture, something came thudding down the hall. Shoyuta looked up, thinking one of the students was in a rush, but then he heard it. "I am here, dash." Oh no, not that. Anything but that bumbling idiot. Coming into the room like a normal person, All Might burst through the classroom door in his buff mode and signature pose. Dear gods, he looked like an imbecile. Every student cheered and threw their hands up, excited to see the number one hero in their classroom. Everyone except, interestingly, Bakugo. He was instead seething with unbridled rage at the sight of the number one. Now that was curious. Did he know what happened to Izuku? Or was he just pissed off at how all the heroes had left him in that sludge villain's mouth to suffocate until All Might did actually arrive? He'd have to find out later, and maybe reread that incident report. Who's ready for some foundational heroics? All Might shouted. Let's get to the grounds and do some training. Everyone stood up as if they were going to leave and Shoyuta snapped his book shut loudly. All Might turned with a look that said he didn't even know Shoyuta was in the room. Just what do you think you're doing, All Might? Foundational heroics, of course. No, you idiot. What do you think you're doing with my students? The first week is always reserved for safety and protocol. Physical training doesn't begin until next week. Get out of my classroom. Shoyuta, honestly, these kids have been practicing their quirk for 10 years. They're ready to graduate to something more challenging. It's Aizawa-san to you, All Might or Eraserhead. You have no right to be informal with me in my own classroom, no less. I also don't give a shit if these kids have had private training for 10 years, and a couple of them have. They aren't going on those training grounds until we've covered proper safety protocol. Unless you want the blood of a dead student on your hands in the first week of school. All Might looked properly scolded without a way to respond. The kids all sat back down slowly, seeming fearful. Good. Shoyuta wasn't known for being kind or gentle. Of course, Bakugo was always the outlier. He had to stand up and open his big mouth. You're already so good at forgetting kids on roofs, All Might. I don't think we want you forgetting us in a burning building while we're training. Oh shit. So the kid did know. Shoyuta had known that protective ire back at Aldera was genuine, but he hadn't expected it to be so caring. He was angry at what All Might did to Izuku. In his own fucked up way, Bakugo did care about Izuku. Maybe there was more to this friendship than he understood at first. All Might just stared at Bakugo, looking ready to scold the boy or maybe slap him. Shoyuta wasn't about to let that happen. Bakugo, sit down. His voice held no real bite, but it was firm. Bakugo snapped his eyes to Shuta's. They exchanged a silent conversation. You know? I know, I understand, okay. Bakugo sat down and calmed down to everyone's shock. All Might. Get out. I'm sure Netsu just forgot to mention you wouldn't be needed until the second week as a prank. But he's busy with his student right now, don't disturb him. Brats, back to your textbooks. Page 46, what to do in the event of accidental injury on the field. Who can give me an example of an injury where you'd immediately call for your teacher? All Might left silently and the class went back to normal, with the kids answering his questions and participating in the discussions around safety. It went well once they were all invested. He made it clear to them why this was important, and they'd seem to get it even more after Bakugo put the fear of God in All Might himself. Shoyuta would give the credit for his ability to terrify. It was top-notch. That wasn't exactly a good thing for a hero to have though, but Shoyuta could work around that. Chapter 7. The stars come out in your eyes finally. The first week of school went by fast. Izuku was not prepared for Friday to already be half over. Netsu had worked him to the bone today and decided to let him off the hook early after lunch. They'd been drilling statistics while Netsu sat on Izuku's back, and Izuku did push-ups all morning. He had numbers and statistics rolling around in his brain as he banged his forehead gently on Shuta's desk. Shoyuta was on the couch across the room and Hizashi was next to him. You might knock everything you learned today out of your brain if you keep trying to break my desk with your skull, kid. Shoyuta warned. Izuku groaned loudly. A couple snickers could be heard around the room. That only made Izuku tilt his head to the side so he could shoot death glares at people. Was it that bad today, Zu? Yes, it was, Papa. Was he being a little bratty? Maybe, but today was tough. This whole week had been. Netsu wanted to get him to have his provisional license by mid-year, and that was fast approaching. Well, okay, it was only the first week of classes, but he only had one semester before the halfway mark. He's working me to the bone, I'm gonna die. My brain is going to leak out of my skull, ugh. I'll become a zombie. Honestly, I technically already am a zombie, shit. You're not a zombie, Izuku. Namiri laughed, reaching across the row of desks to ruffle his hair. It was almost all white at this point. Wednesday they'd had another Quirk training session and he'd died twice again. He'd slept a solid 16 hours and missed half of Thursday as a result, but Netsu had estimated that. It was less than last time, which meant he was getting stronger. Still, only the tips of his hair were green anymore. It did make a lovely fade that looked purposeful, but Izuku wished it would just all fade to white already. Yes, I am Dad. I'm a zombie 6 times over. You're keeping count? Shoyuta turned in his seat, throwing the magazine he'd been reading at Izuku's head. Izuku yelped and ducked out of the way. The book smacked Cementos in the head a few feet to Izuku's left. Sorry, Ishiyama-kun. Cementos arched one eyebrow, sighed, and went back to his lunch. He didn't even bother to pick up the magazine. Izuku stifled a laugh behind his hands. Shoyuta was glaring at him, he could tell without even looking. Izuku pushed off the desk and flopped himself on the couch next to Shoyuta. Well, it's hard not to keep count since we're experimenting with it. But I promise it's just for the research. They were keeping a close eye on Izuku's mental state and how he thought and talked about his quirk, under strict orders from the doctors who diagnosed his quirk. Nezu was also careful not to speak about his quirk's abilities in a casual manner. Well, besides a few little jokes between teacher and student in Nezu's office, everyone always took it seriously, and Izuku respected that. It helped keep him on track and responsible. MHM. If you say so, kid. The first bell rang, signifying the end of lunch. Ugh, time to get back to hell class. Nezu has you starting in there the week after next, right? Yeah, I think so. He gave me the afternoon off today since we got a bit ahead this week. So I think I'm going to head home and actually grab a nap. Okay. I shouldn't be long after you if you wanted to do some sparring after classes. We got through our first chapter of safety pretty fast, so the hell class is starting physical training today. I should be able to pawn them off on All Might. Sounds good, Dad. Izuku was just about to skip home when Nezu texted him to come back to his office. Ugh. Okay, maybe I won't get a nap. But he was gone before he could hear anything more than his dad snorting a laugh. It was a short walk from the teacher's lounge to Nezu's office, but when he got there, the rat was nowhere to be found at first. Nezu. Izuku called into the apparently empty office. Here. Nezu shouted from behind Izuku, who had started to expect these surprise greetings. He quickly ducked under a flying teacup and threw a pen at Nezu, smacking the rat's forehead. Excellent. Now then, I need you to make a delivery. What? You called me in here to make a delivery? Yes. Here. Nezu handed him a small stack of files. These are some files Shoyuta requested from me. I have a meeting in 5 minutes. Please bring these over to him. Izuku sighed. He really wanted a nap. Looks like he was going to be trekking across the school first, then maybe a short nap and then more training. Okay. See you tomorrow, Nezu. Get some rest, Izuku. Izuku only had Sundays off from lessons, and no days off from physical training. He had to catch up a lot on the physical side of things, so he trained with one or both of his dads every day of the week, and then did workouts in the school gyms as well if they were busy. In the last 6 months he'd been here, he had bulked up quite a lot. He already had the lean speed from running away from bullies all his life. Shoyuta was teaching Izuku his style of fighting mixed with an evasive offensive style that suited his lithe abilities. The hike across the building to classroom 1A wasn't as bad as he thought it'd be. He managed to get some planning done for his later training session with Shoyuta. Izuku wanted to work on strength for a little bit and then capture weapon training. There was a new girl in the support course named Mei Hatsum. She was designing Izuku his own capture weapon. It wasn't a scarf though. It was a belt. A belt that could function like Eraserhead's scarf, just for closer range since Izuku's style was a little different.